that news. So that could dominate things today. I am wondering how the crowd are going to react. I am wondering about what the fallout for all of that is going to be like. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Is that the wrong thing? I feel like that the bottom bit doesn't feel quite right to me, but doesn't matter. Right, let's have a look at the preview. Having a little bit of trouble getting the chat on screen, so I'll have to try and revisit that in a second. But let's have a look at a preview. In regards to preview, there's not much, to be honest. We got War Raiders taking on Judgment Day. We got Sami Zayn and Jey Uso taking on Bron Breakker and Bronson Reed. Then we've got the 2 qualifying matches. So we got CM Punk, AJ Styles, and El Grande Americano. And then we got Stephanie taking on Liv Morgan and taking on Ivy Nile. So a little bit tricky, honestly, to say which way that's going to go. CM Punk could be the one that qualifies for Money in the Bank. Obviously a massive name, but equally, would we be shocked if Seth Rollins or Bron Breakker or someone takes him out of that? You've got to think that's an option. So, I don't know. It could be AJ Styles that goes through. It could be El Grande that goes through. But I think the El Grande experiment is stuttering a little bit. I don't think people are as crazy about El Grande as they were at the start. So, I think that's really difficult. Let's do a poll on that one, actually. Who do you think's going to qualify? Who qualifies? That is a tricky one. That is a tricky one because I think I can make an argument for all 3 qualifying. So, CM Punk or El Grande Americano. There we go. Then we've got Stephanie against Liv against Ivy. That one I think's a little tricky as well, but I'm probably looking in Stephanie's direction. Stephanie does not have anyone that's going to really take her out of that match. Not that I can think of. I suppose it could be a Roxanne or something like that, but Roxanne I think is focused on other things. So I don't expect Roxanne to get involved in this. So really, Stephanie, Liv could get another distraction. It could be that Raquel botches. It could be that well, I suppose Roxanne could try and help Liv, couldn't she? Roxanne's kind of in Judgment Day, so she could try and help Liv, but I don't know. Could Raquel cost Liv? That's an interesting one again, honestly. I don't think it'll be Ivy Nile. I think it's either Stephanie or Liv, but I'm torn between those 2. I do like the qualifiers this year. I do find that it's kind of quite tricky to know which way they're going to go. It's not always just the biggest name, because CM Punk, as we said, he could, you look at CM Punk being in a qualifier, it's like, well, that's obvious, he's going to win. But not if Seth or Bron Breakker or someone like that is going to take him out. So, yeah, interesting. I don't mind those qualifiers. And as we said, War Raiders against Judgment Day. We've also got Sami Zayn and Jey Uso battling Bron Breakker and Big Bronson Reed. So, with all of that being said, let's try and jump over to... into the chats. Connor said, I'm saying that CM Punk wins the qualifier, and I'm saying it's going to be Liv Morgan that wins in the qualifiers. What about Stephanie? I think they're both perfectly fine picks, but what about Stephanie? If we're going to have Liv win, what's Stephanie going to do? She's a big star, big name. I think they've got high hopes for her. I don't know what she would go on to do if she doesn't qualify for Money in the Bank. Because they've just called her up now. Of all the times to call her up, you've done it now. Why have you done it now? In my mind, I can't shake the fact you've done it now because you want her in Money in the Bank. I think my pick's going to be Stephanie, I think my pick's going to be Stephanie. Why now? Why did she have to drop the title on Tuesday, get called up so quickly? Is it because they want her in this qualifier? Why now? Yeah, I can't shake that. I think I might go with Stephanie. In regards to the guys, you lot right behind CM Punk, you're thinking, don't care that it's a big name, don't care that Seth could take him out or something like that. You're going CM Punk. Interesting. 64% of you have gone CM Punk in our poll, so interesting. Connor said, do we think this match could happen at Money in the Bank? Street Profits versus DIY versus Motor City Machine Guns versus Fraxium versus Wyatt 6. If Triple H says that can happen at Money in the Bank and could be on the cards. Well, it could happen, of course. There's nothing stopping that match from happening. There's a couple of things that I think that's a lot of people to have in a match. That's pretty much your whole tag division. So I don't know if they would book a match with all of those teams in. But in fairness, 2 weeks in a row, Wyatt 6 have gone after all of those teams. So you could book a match of that magnitude. There's not really any reason stopping it apart from that's a big match to book with a lot of moving parts. And also, we've seen quite a few times where on the SmackDown Tag Division, they don't actually put that on the PLE. So that's another reason why it might not get booked. But yeah, I mean, this story is clearly heading somewhere, isn't it? The fact that 2 weeks in a row now, the Wyatt 6 have pretty much attacked every tag team in that kind of segment on SmackDown means that, yeah, they could do it. I can't say that it's going to happen, or I've heard it's going to happen, but it could happen. Triple A, hello, said Daze, what's the predictions for Money in the Bank? The matches so far look stacked. Do we think that Punk wins and cashes in on Cena later in the year, as we have to get Cena Punk at the end? I don't really have much in the way of predictions because, honestly, I've parked those. I didn't want to do my predictions video until the final qualifiers had qualified, because I could do a prediction video where I talk a load about CM Punk and I talk about load about, well, this could happen, that could happen. And then tonight on Raw, AJ Styles could qualify. And then my prediction video is completely redundant. So this one in particular, it just makes sense in my mind just to wait a beat. Normally we would do it at the weekend. But with the final qualifiers tonight, there's only one spot left in each of the Money in the Bank matches. So I'm just going to wait and see. I mean, look, if CM Punk wins, then of course we can need to have a conversation about him winning and going on to cash in on John and potentially, being a matchup later in the year for him. But he's got to qualify. I still think there's a doubt around that. I don't think that's a given. Maybe if he was in a qualifier with Akira Tozawa and flipping Otis or something, then I'd be like, yeah, okay, CM Punk's qualified. But he's in with AJ Styles. I mean, what's AJ Styles going to do if he doesn't win this qualifier? AJ's a big name. AJ's someone I could absolutely see qualify for Money in the Bank. So I don't think CM Punk winning is a given. I don't think it's a dead cert tonight. He's the big name in the match, or the biggest name in the match. He's a bigger name than AJ Styles. But, again, Seth could take him out. Bron Breakker could take him out. Bronson Reed could take him out. We know he's kind of engaged in that feud. So, don't know. It's tricky. I think that we need to wait and see if he qualifies, because we could have this big conversation and then he might not qualify. So, but if he does, then yeah, of course, he'd have to be favourite then. It looks like they would be kind of moving in that way. Him with Money in the Bank, Cena with the belts. I wouldn't mind that. That'd be fine. I've said normally I like to see Money in the Bank going on like a young up-and-comer. I like to see someone that's in the mid-card. I like to see a Sammy with it. Or I'd like to see... I didn't mind Austin Theory winning it, right? when I say young up-and-comer, I don't mean like someone that's only been around 5 seconds. I'm talking about someone that's been around for a little bit, someone that's an up-and-comer to the main event scene, not an up-and-comer to like WWE. I don't want to see flipping, Obafemi get it right now. I want to see like someone that's been around on the main roster, done the mid-card, and is ready to kind of progress to that main event scene. But they're just struggling to get there. A Finn Balor, yeah? Finn Balor's had one world title that he held for 24 hours. Or a Sami Zayn. That's normally what I like to see. But I feel a bit different this year because John Cena's got the belt. And John Cena is talking about ruining wrestling and all this nonsense. But this year, because of all that, I can forgive them putting it on a CM Punk. Or even if they'd put it on a Cody Rhodes or something along those lines, would have been absolutely fine. I'll go with whatever, because I really feel like it could play part in a big story this year. Whatever they do with Money in the Bank, it could really play part in a big story. And I'm okay with that. So I'll just, in Triple H we trust, not really, but a little bit. So we're going to go with whatever. So yeah, CM Punk wins. He could cash it in at the end of the year. To be honest, though, I wouldn't be shocked if CM Punk just gets a match and doesn't even need it. I mean, right now, I've kind of mentally got him penciled in for SummerSlam. I've got, like, CM Punk against Cena for SummerSlam in my mind. And I've actually got Cody Rhodes getting an opportunity at the championship at the end of the year. And so, like, Cody's the one that actually gets that belt off Cena. I don't know that Money in the Bank is going to impact Cena. It can be teased, of course it can, but it might not be the Money in the Bank holder that actually ends up being the one to get that belt. It could be a failed cash in. They could cash it in on the other world title, of course, the one that Jay has got. So yeah, there's so many different paths on that. It's hard. And there's no rumours either. I've not seen any words as to who is going to be emerging victorious. We looked about a week or so ago, and the favourite was Bron Breakker. So even the bookies were like, I don't know. Even the bookies are like, I'm not sure what we're doing this year. So it is... we'll get a bit more clarity tonight once we know who's qualified. I'm starting to get scared that WWE is going to release me as a fan, said Davids. Well, budget cuts, Davids. Budget cuts. Yeah, we need to save that money. So if you are costing quite a bit, then I'm afraid there is a chance that you could be released. If Seth wins, he's going to win the World Heavyweight Championship bout next Monday night, says Robbie. Yeah, I mean, it's the Money in the Bank. It's one of those where I think we do run the risk of kind of booking it a certain way and then they just go a completely different way. In our minds, Money in the Bank being used to stop John near the end of the year is something that we, I think would like. I think a lot of people mentally would like that. And so it's one of those where you go, yeah, okay, that works. We could have CM Punk with it, or we could do this, we could do that. And then it could just turn out to be that they go after the other belt and it has no interaction with John Cena whatsoever. So it's a real difficult one. There's so many options, so many different directions that they can go. And honestly, this year has been a year of surprises. And Triple H booking Money in the Bank, you never know what he's going to do. Flipping Austin Theory going after a mid-card title and losing. I mean, the winner of Money in the Bank might cash in on the Intercontinental Championship. Might go after the US title, mightn't they? So there's absolutely no guarantees that they're going to go after John. Even though that would seem to make the most sense. Even though, like, John's obviously the big story and you could have Punk with it and... They could go after anything. Could cash it in. It could be the first year they cash in on the tag titles. I mean, I just don't know. We're Triple H. You just don't know. Right. Stay. Fold him. Said, Daze, do we think the crowds are going to have We Want Truth signs? Yeah. Yeah. If I was going to Raw, I would have a We Want Truth sign. I I get it. We spoke about it yesterday. So yesterday's stream was not the stream I was hoping for. I really wanted a stream that was a bit bouncy and fun. And it was like, hey, guys, you know, doing this kind of retro watch-along stream. And I always enjoy doing those because we get to watch a bit of wrestling on the weekend. And yeah, great. Love it. Sign me up. I'm here for it, right? But the problem with yesterday was obviously the releases, and so that kind of really brought the mood down, and it was one of those streams in the end where you're like, ugh, you know, the show was okay. Like, we watched Money in the Bank 2010 and it was okay. I wasn't in love with it. Obviously I've seen it before, but I couldn't remember. Going all the way back to 2010, I don't know that I've watched it since 2010, to be honest. And so it was okay. But, like, the mood, the vibe, you could tell people were pretty down. R-Truth is so loved that, like, this one has really had an effect. This one has really upset fans. It's upset wrestlers as well. Word on the street is wrestlers are really upset, disappointed, frustrated, angry. Like, R-Truth is loved. The person you see on screen is the person he is behind the scenes. Fun-loving, humorous, just lifts the mood. I think he's someone that is, I don't want to say, he's not a locker room leader, but he sort of is in regards to the amount of respect that he manages to generate, right? So he's not a locker room leader and he's going to tell you how it is and, you know, you've stepped out of line and all that. But he's someone that, you know, if there's like a good cop, bad cop locker room leader, then R-Truth's the good cop that comes along, puts his arm around you and makes you laugh and like picks you up when you're down. And do you know what I mean? And he's been around for, God, I don't even know how long. I mean, he was around in the Attitude Era. I know it wasn't continuous, but he was around going all the way back to the Attitude Era. So, I mean, it's just the idea that they're parting ways with him, it has just really shocked everyone, of course. So I get it, though. I get that he's in his 50s. I get that he only wrestles once in a blue moon. I get that he's on a decent wage. I get that it's nothing personal. I mean, it really is probably that they've looked at the budget and gone, okay, we need to save a touch more. Or can we squeeze it a touch more? Because if we're bringing up Julia, we're bringing up Stephanie, we're bringing up Roxanne, we're planning on bringing up Jordan Grace, Trick Williams is bubbling away, Obafemi is bubbling away. Like, we can't just bring all these people up and not like, you know, just have the budget grow. Where can we make a saving? That they've probably tried to put off the R-Truth one before. It could be that R-Truth has survived a few cuts in the past and, you know, he's just kind of run out of road this time, because I'd imagine he's on a good few million because he's been on the roster for so long. I've got to think that every time he gets a new contract, it goes up a little. So I've got to think he's on good money. I've got to think that money probably isn't justified with the amount of content that he provides. He's very fun. I do wonder if they offered him a Legends deal and he turned it down, but there's just no word, or I've not seen any words on any Legends deal or any kind of ambassador role or anything. I did wonder yesterday, and I was just thinking out loud. I'm not saying they should have done this, right? Again, I was just thinking out loud. Should WWE, once R-Truth had put his statement out, should they have thanked R-Truth for his service and somehow mention that they had tried to offer him a Legends deal, but you know, because I just sort of thought, like, at the moment it seems cold. It seems like you don't value him. His contract's coming to an end. You're not going to renew it. And it's kind of like you don't see the value in him that we see. And I'm sure that's not true. I'm sure they do see the value in him. It's just they can't justify the amount of money that he gets paid for the amount of TV work that he does, you know? So part of me was like, it would be pretty good from a PR point of view if you put some statement out after R-Truth had put his out, just saying how much you value him or valued him, how you tried to keep him, maybe, but the two parties couldn't meet on a new agreement, and you wish him all the best in his future endeavors or something like that, you know? I don't know. Again, that might not have been a good idea, right? If I was working behind the scenes, I might have floated that just to have kind of shown that, no, we did value him and we did try to keep him. But it would have meant that he would be on a Legends deal and he'd basically be retiring. And he doesn't want to retire. Because that could be true. It could be true that he doesn't want to retire. It could be true that WWE tried to get him to an ambassador contract or a Legends deal. But again, I've just seen no reports on that. So it really would just be a case of guesswork and, you know, assuming. So I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see kind of how it plays and where he goes from here. I mean, if it is a case he wants to keep wrestling, perhaps he goes to the Indies, perhaps he goes to TNA, perhaps he goes to AEW, does some matches, finishes off his career, has a final run, and maybe if he's wrestling on a regular basis, he'll soon start to realise that his body just isn't quite there, and then maybe perhaps he'll retire, and then once he retires, Hall of Fame. I mean, he's Hall of Fame bound, so there's no doubt about that. No doubt about that whatsoever. I have zero doubts he's going to go in the Hall of Fame. Absolutely zero. So, yeah, he'll go in the Hall of Fame, but I don't know. Perhaps he just wants that one last run or something. So, I don't know. It hurts, doesn't it? It stings. It's not about that he is no longer going to wrestle with WWE or anything. I think it's the valuing that hurts the most. It's the fact that nothing about this at the moment is saying that they value him and tried to keep him when he has been a long service and has given so much joy and the fans love him. And now you're just sort of like casting him aside. It's just so cold. So, yeah, I do expect We Want Truth signs, and I do expect chants. And I don't know how WWE are going to deal with that. I mean, if I'm Michael Cole, that's something I need to figure out. If I'm Michael Cole and I'm leading the commentary tonight, I'm talking with Pat, and I'm like, right, if there is any truth stuff, this is how we're dealing with it. We're either going to ignore it, right, and just let them chant it, and we're not going to acknowledge it, or we're going to say, you know, our Truth did speak over the weekends. You know, we'd like to take this opportunity to thank Truth for all of his service, you know, and blah, 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 blah. I don't know how they're going to deal with it. It'll be quite interesting to see that tonight. So, yeah, sad news, terrible news. But I did tweet out We Want Truth because I saw it was trending. So I thought, well, I'll contribute to that. I'll add to that. And, of course, a big thanks to everyone that also contributed, like hashtag We Want Truth. So, you know, I just sort of did it to kind of throw some support behind that movement. I don't know. I don't know that anything changes or anything like that. I mean, I've not heard that anything's changing. It's just sad, isn't it? It's just sad that it ends this way rather than a retirement match and, you know, say, you know, let's carry him through to next year's WrestleMania and wrap it up there, you know, and then move him to a Legends deal and put him in the Hall of Fame. Like, this is someone the fans want honoured. This is someone that the fans want to see a final match at Mania and a Hall of Fame induction. And he might not be to everyone's taste, but I think you're going to struggle to find someone that tells you he wouldn't deserve something along those lines with everything he's done, all the joy that he's brought. So, Wayne said, Daze, I wish our Truth didn't get released. Yeah, I agree, Wayne. The only thing I will say is I do keep saying I wish they wouldn't release them. I wish they would just let the contracts run out. And credit to WWE, right? Tiny credit. They are doing that. They are letting contracts run out rather than, like, our Truth's contract is coming up. They're not going to renew it. Carlito's contract is coming up. They're not renewing it. That's better than just in the middle of someone's contract going, right, you're done, right? I gave the example yesterday of, imagine if you was a wrestler and you had a 5-year contract and every year you was being paid $200,000, right? Or even $1 million, whatever, right? Let's say it's 200,000 for making it easy. So over 5 years, that's $1 million. Okay. So, you know, if you get that contract, you're going to want to buy a house. You're going to want to buy a car. Those are big outlays, right? That's a lot of expenditure. And it might be your house is 300,000. Might be your house is 200,000. You might just have a pretty standard house. I mean, 200,000 ain't going to get you much in 2025. Okay. But, you know, say you buy a house for 200,000, you buy a car, I don't know, 20,000, 30,000. You know, you might actually spend more than you're going to earn in that first year. And you still need to buy groceries. You still need to pay for bills. So, and all you've done is buy a house and a car, right? Which I know is like all you've done. But honestly, if you was going to earn money like that, that's what I would be thinking. I would be thinking, I can afford a house now. I can afford a car. I can, do you know what I mean? Like, these are things that everyone should be able to obtain. Unfortunately, we live in a broken world where people are struggling, myself included, to obtain these things. But, you know, if I was to get a wage like that, straight out the gate, I'd get a house, I'd get a car. So you've got people, wrestlers, that are in that situation, that are doing this, and then all of a sudden they get cut in the middle of their contract. So all of a sudden now they're not going to get that $1 million. Now they've only earned, I don't know, 300,000. And all of a sudden you're in a very, very, very different financial situation. So I just think like that's cold. It's business and I hate it and it's cold. And I can understand how that can really ruin people, like financially, and just turn their worlds upside down. Not only are you out of that job, but financially you're now in a very different place. And I just don't like it. I just don't like people having their contracts cut in the middle of the contract. I think that if you're going to do that, wait till you see that contract, honor the contract. So they've done that with R-Truth. So I've got to say fair play on that regard. But, you know, still don't love it. Still don't love the fact that he's walking away. But maybe if they put a statement out saying they tried to negotiate a new deal because they value him, but the two parties couldn't come to an agreement, maybe then the fans would know that, oh, okay, well, at least they did try to keep him. At least he's not just been ruthlessly, heartlessly cut. Like, they tried to reach a new deal. They wanted to keep him, but the two sides just couldn't meet. I've not even heard that, to be honest. But this is why I was like floating the idea that should they put a statement out, but they haven't. But you know, whatever. It was only a thought. Kian said, Daze, I don't see WWE in a few years because of TKO. I do. I don't think it's that, to be honest. I think that fans are very forgiving. Fans are very reactionary. I think that TKO can do some stuff. They can cause upset, and then boom, it just goes back, bounces back. You know, there'll be some fun stuff tonight, and fast forward a few days, and people will have moved on. We've seen this time and time and time and time again. And it will happen time and time and time and time again. It's the fallout from releases, isn't it? It's the hurt and the heartache and all that stuff. People's favourites get released, and there's lots of people saying they're done, and it gets amplified and exaggerated. But the truth is, you know, we've been through a lot. If you're a WWE fan, there's been a lot of kind of stuff that's gone down, you know, a lot of storms that fans have had to weather. And yeah, I sort of feel like with WWE, they've just had an amazing 2023 and 2024 where we absolutely loved the product and we loved what they were providing. But now we've hit 2025 and I feel like we've really hit a problem. 2025, and I don't know why it's all happening this year. I think there were definitely signs of this happening previous. Like, for example, we had the Prime bottle in the ring last year, and you know, I don't want to like say that was a warning sign and that we were saying we didn't like it, but it was a warning sign, and we said we didn't like it. And I know that like there was fans that were speaking out about it, but unfortunately it wasn't loud enough. The majority weren't there, and actually you had people going, well, it's okay, I can cope with that Prime bottle in the middle of the ring. I can cope with a hydration station. And that was such short-term viewing. That wasn't looking at where it was heading. Like, you could see where this was going. You knew that it wasn't going to stop at one sponsor. And you knew that it wasn't going to stop at it just being like, you know, a black and white like thing. You knew that there was going to be more sponsors. You knew that they were going to start to colour those sponsors in. You knew that once they got away with that, they were going to start embracing more. It could get even worse from here. The problem you've got now is that the train is rolling, and I don't know how it stops. I don't know how it stops. I don't know how you stop this train now. Now that they've managed to put the advert on the ring, and that's now just been accepted, now you're starting to see the mess that we're getting now, where we're getting several adverts in the ring. And they're kind of coloured in. The turnbuckles have got adverts. Of course, now with WrestleMania, we've got dude white mascots dancing in the crowds. We've got flipping wrestlers coming down dressed in Clash of Clans attire. We've got some flipping DJ popping up at the start of WrestleMania behind some Fatal Fury deck. And, do you know what I mean? It's just everywhere you look, it's just corporate, it's sponsors, it's adverts, I mean, the sponsorships, yeah, they can brag about making more money in sponsorships than ever before. But equally, they have definitely ruined the vibe. They're definitely souring the vibe of WrestleMania. Like, it was just corporate sponsor overloads. Everything just felt like it was sponsored, and I was having adverts thrown at me, and it just was not... I think it did hurt WrestleMania, but it's hard to go back now, isn't it? It's hard to go back. And these seeds were planted with that very, very first Prime bottle that was put in the middle of the ring. And, you know, you go years with nothing in the ring. I mean, Vince always kept a clean ring, and then you start to see that happen, that change. You go, don't like that. But unfortunately, there was too many people that looked at it and went, well, I can cope with that. And it's like, yeah, but it's going to get worse. And now it's got worse. And now I don't know how you stop it now, honestly. I don't know how you stop it. Because, like, they got away with it at WrestleMania. They got away with it. They did it, and not enough people kicked back again, even at WrestleMania just gone. It's not like there's this big backlash and there's like this big massive outrage. It's just pockets of people that are upset. And I just don't see us turning it around. And I think SummerSlam is going to be exactly the same. And every WrestleMania from now on is going to be exactly the same. And, you know, the celebrity involvement, I actually think we need to be thankful we've got Triple H in charge, because I think Triple H is someone that is not going to OTT with celebrity involvement, right? Apparently he's got a long list of celebrities that want to get involved, and he's picking and choosing who he thinks they can work with. So, you know, he had the speed moment at Royal Rumble, and Travis Scott came walking down at WrestleMania, and Pat had a match at Backlash. And, you know, he's picking and choosing these people as to Cardi B is going to host SummerSlam. And, you know, we're picking and choosing. But someone else in charge could just let the floodgates open, and you could just flood with all these flipping celebrities. I mean, we had we had those two comedians. I mean, Netflix is not helping with having people popping up in the crowds and whatever. So yeah, it's. I would say I'm not worried that TKO are going to sink WWE. I don't think the outrage is loud enough yet. But I do think that WWE is changing, or has changed, from when Vince was in charge. And you would look at sponsorship. I would look at sponsorship. And you would look at maybe celebrity involvement. But to be honest, we've always kind of had celebrity involvement. I mean, Floyd Mayweather had a fight. You could kind of class Floyd as a celebrity, but I class him more as a sports star. I think if you're a boxer or someone that's got a fighting background, don't really class you as a celebrity. But well, you can go Snooki, yeah. You can go Mickey Rourke. You can go Mr. T. You can go Cyndi Lauper. You can go with quite a few people from the past, celebrity-wise. So it's not anything that's new. I think the volume has been turned up a touch on it. I do feel like every big show now I'm seeing some sort of celebrity involvement. So I feel like, but that's Netflix as well as TKO. So celebrity involvement's been dialed up. And also the sponsorship has massively been turned. I mean, the sponsorship's gone from like a flipping 5 to a 15. So, there's been some big changes there. But with Triple H in charge of the creative, we've still got enough good wrestling stuff to keep us around. There's still enough good content that's kind of keeping people around. But yeah, everything's kind of collided this year because I don't think that content has been as good, which means that the bad, irritating things are sticking out a bit more. So 2025 has not been as good as the previous 2 years, and those frustrations kind of showing through. I don't worry about WWE going away. I don't worry about the next couple of years. I don't see that as a problem. I do wonder, though, if it keeps being like 2025, how big the fan base will be. But I mean, I'm sure globally they're still doing really good numbers. So, Chris said, would ads be more acceptable for lower tickets? Would ads be more acceptable for lower tickets? Ticket prices is another one. Yes, thank you. That slipped my mind, actually. But ticket prices with TKO have been terrible. So that's a good shout. To be honest, we're getting all this extra sponsorship and the ticket prices are going up. So I think if WWE were to make a big deal of low ticket prices, certainly for the nosebleeds, then yeah, it would be more palatable. It would be more palatable. To be honest with you, though, I am in agreement with Vince. I think for me, I've got a bit of a red line as well. I don't want anything in the ring. I don't want any adverts in the ring. I think the ring should be kept clean. I know I wish that I could kind of cope with something on the middle turnbuckle, right? I can budge that far, right? But I don't really want anything in the ring. I don't want a prime bottle in the ring. I don't want anything in the ring. So I know that I'm a boomer and I know that ship has sailed, but I just sort of feel like, and I felt this way last year, if you give an inch, they'll take a mile. If you accept one sponsor, you're going to have to accept 50. And it's one of those, like, I don't mind the barricade being used for a sponsor during a match. I can cope with that. If each match is sponsored by someone different and you want to put that on the edge of the ring, I mean, I wish it wasn't Dude Wipes, right? Because, that's not it's a bit of a distracting sponsor. But if it's someone like Captain Morgan's Rum or whatever, I mean, that's fine. If it's like whatever that vodka's called, Whitley's or whatever, that's fine. I wish it wasn't Dude Wipes. But I kind of, I can cope with that. I find that okay. I personally don't find that too distracting. All the clutter in the ring I do find distracting. I kind of got used to the one prime bottle, to be honest, but I still didn't want it there. So I think it's difficult because we get bombarded with a lot of adverts during Raw and SmackDown and Saturday night's main event. So you can't add any more ad breaks, right? I don't know how you increase the sponsorships I suppose in a way, if it was something that was on when the matches weren't on, I could cope. If there was like, this segment's brought to you by such and such, and then we go backstage, right? Or something like that. I don't know. It's difficult. It is tricky. For me, I think I'm like Vince in that regard of I've got a red line and I don't want nothing in the ring. The ring is where the action happens and it should be nice and clean. And having all these sponsors, they're meant to distract you. You're meant to notice them. They're meant to stand out. The sponsors want you to see them. So how's that great that you're trying to watch wrestling and, oh, look, Snickers? I mean, that to me doesn't make... I just hate it. I really hate it. So I think even if we accepted the ring being cluttered and they said, well, we'll drop ticket prices, that's a real difficult one for me, but I think I'd have to turn it down. Which is, disappointing because, like, I really want families to be able to afford to go. But I think I'm like Vince in that I don't want to sacrifice the clean ring, which has already gone. We'll never go back now. I understand. So if they say we'll drop the ticket prices now, well, I'll take it because we won't ever go back. But honestly, no. I clean ring first and foremost. I just think like this is where the magic happens. This is where we have like, amazing matches, and I just don't want those little distractions at all whilst trying to enjoy the wrestling. So I would not personally accept that, but stuff that's not during matches I can cope with a bit better. Things that are like, whilst we're doing promos or whilst we're doing backstage segments or stuff like that. There was actually a mat that was rolled out that I thought what they were going to do is they were going to do promo. You know how we tend to start Raw and SmackDown with a promo? I thought we were going to do promos on a mat that had sponsors, right? I can cope with that. And then they'd take the mat away and then we would do the wrestling on a nice clean ring. I could cope with that. I mean, I don't know where technology is, but could you imagine if it was like LEDs? And I know like wrestling on that would hurt, so that's clearly not the right way forward. But projections or something that's projected from under the ring. Again, I don't know where technology is, but could you imagine some way that we could have the sponsors like during entrances, during promos, during anything that's not a match, and then as soon as the match starts they go away? Like, that would be brilliant. That would be something that I could get behind that. That's fine. I'm happy to budge that far. I just wish that when the bell rang it was a nice clean ring. So again, no, we're never going to go back to that unless someone makes a big enough deal out of it. But yeah, I wish ticket prices were lower as well. That's you are correct in saying that, Chris. It's a really good shout because that is another TKO issue. But that ship sailed, didn't it? But Odyssey said, why do people always overreact about anything? Well, I don't. I mean, like, it's one of those, isn't it, that something happens, there's a reaction to it, people are upset, they're annoyed, or, whatever. The truth is that we've seen this cycle, and then, a few days later, things settle down. I think being upset about R-Truth is fine. Like, I wouldn't say that's an overreaction. People love R-Truth, and he's leaving WWE, so I think that's fine. But I think to kind of go that next step and say WWE is doomed or WWE is going to fail, or like, that's a big reaction. R-Truth's leaving, right? It's not the end of the world. It's disappointing, but it's not the end of the world. But it's one of those where, we've seen this happen time and time again. And yeah, you can understand why people are concerned. Ticket prices, sponsorship, increased celebrity involvement. Now, wrestlers they love being released. And it's like, yeah, you get that, don't you? You can understand as to why people are feeling the way that they're feeling. But yeah, it's one of those. It's not all doom and gloom. 2023, 2024 were good years. Let's not forget. Let's not lose sight of that. We've been in a good place. John said, I took my nephews to a show back in the 90s. We were close to the ring and they were not that much. They loved it. Now I can't afford those seats. Yeah. To be honest, I think close to the ring is somewhat special. And I think that, the fact you got to experience that is special, right? I think for me, the bigger concern is, can you afford to get in the room at all in 2025? Because it's getting to the point now where if you've got kids, tickets in the nosebleeds for certain shows are like 100 and something. So if you want to take your 2 kids and yourself, let's say those tickets are 120, you're going to have to spend $360 just to have a night out at the wrestling. $360. Now, this might be a Raw or a SmackDown, but the truth is they're cutting back on house shows. So house shows were always the cheapest way to go and see WWE, but there's less of them now. So if they come to your area, it might be a PLE, it might be a Raw, it might be a SmackDown, but it's going to carry some sort of high ticket price. And that's where my concern is those families. So just them getting into the room at all. Or just even people that don't have kids. I mean, let's be honest, it's flipping hard. Food prices are through the roof. Everyone's like rents and bills are going up. Cost of living is a very real issue. And so how much disposable income has people got? There's a bit of money there that people have. There's a bit of money that people can save and put to one side. I sort of feel like it's no longer something that you can like go to and not really think twice about. Now it's like, it's a decision. It's a real decision as to, do I go to wrestling? Can I afford to go to wrestling? And it was never that way. Wrestling was always cheap, fun entertainment for the family. Bring the kids, bring the dog, bring everyone. And I know that WWE is the pinnacle. I know that they pay, they've got high costs and they've got to pay a lot of money themselves. But I don't know. I saw the breakdown of like how much they earn from TV, how much they earn from merch, how much they earn from ticket prices. And the ticket prices stuff, it wasn't that crazy. It was like you sort of feel like they're pushing it because they want to see where the line is, to be honest. They want to see what they can get away with. And obviously then it'll hang at that level for a little bit. And then in the future it'll go up again. So it's, yeah, I don't know. We could rant about it. We could rant till we've ranted so much about ticket prices. I hate it. It's one of my biggest pet peeves. That and the flipping ring amongst my biggest pet peeves. So I would love for, as we said, kids to be able to get in. And because I went when I was young, and the magic of going that day was just, made me a fan for life, cemented my fanhood. And if kids can't afford to go, there's a chance you might be losing some fans. There's a chance that like kids will watch it on TV and then move on to something else. If they actually have the experience of seeing it live, it might just cement them as fans. You could be really hurting yourself long term. But hey, there need to be looks and studies into that. And they're still selling tickets. They're still selling tickets. There's still plenty of rich people out there that are willing to go to the wrestling. There's still rich kids that are buying tickets, but can't help but feel for those kids that, aren't going to be able to go now. Edward, hello. Shout out to you. Said, Daze, how are you? Hope all is well. When's the winner of the Hall of Fame announced? Is it tonight? No, it's tomorrow, bud. How's your day? How's Kia? How's your mum and dad's house retirement? Oh, yeah. Well, actually, funny you should say about my dad. He has retired. His final day was Saturday just gone. So I think that there's a bit of a storm coming for me, because if he's off now, he's always spoke about how wants to do this, wants to do that when he retires. Now he's retired. I can see there being a lot of like jobs and things that he's like, I need to get the storage unit done, but I can't move some of the stuff in there. Can you give me a hand? And that will turn into hours of like me doing stuff, and that is going to have an impact on the channel. So I'm gonna, obviously he does not want the channel impacted. I don't want the channel impacted, but I just think this is going to be a big deal, him retiring. So he can help me as well. It's not all negative, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what impact it's going to quite have yet, but I knew as soon as he retired it was going to have an impact, both positive and negative, because he'll be like, can you help me with this? Can you help me with that? And, you know, he's getting on in age a little. He's coming up to, like, he's in his 60s, late 60s. So, I mean, you can't expect him to be able to move heavy things. I don't know why he expects me to be able to, but he will be like, can you give me a hand with this? Can you give me a hand with that? So, and those will be jobs that turn into hours and long things. So, yeah, we'll have to see what happens there. In regards to Hall of Fame, no, I think I said NXT, didn't I? We was a bit late getting it up, so I put the poll up yesterday, and I said that the winner will be announced on the NXT stream, so we'll do that tomorrow. So, good reminder, actually, that the Hall of Fame poll is up. I looked earlier, we'd had a couple of hundred votes. I think we normally get about 1,000 or 900 and something. So if you want to vote for who goes into the Community Hall of Fame, it's up now. The members had their opportunity over Sunday and Monday, or first thing Monday, to kind of get their nominees in. And I put the top 4 into a poll, and that poll is running right now. There were some people that were really, really close, just missed out on getting into that poll. So, I mean, you know, there's so many people that are loved in this community that, yeah, there was quite a few that we could have had 6, 7, but we whittled it down to 4 because you're only allowed 4 in a poll. So that'll be announced tomorrow. Going to give people an opportunity to vote, see it, vote, get their thoughts in. And so that is up on the channel right now. So, yeah, we'll do that tomorrow. Right, but Hannah said, Daze, a mega stacked episode tonight. Do you think so? It's not bad. 2 qualifying matches will be good. It'll be good to get the qualifiers done. But there's no like John Cena or Roman Reigns or Cody Rhodes type segment. I think that's missing. But we do have 2 Money in the Bank qualifiers. And obviously there's plenty for us to progress with coming out of Saturday night's main event the other week. The fallout of that. You know, go home, actually. Money in the Bank this weekend. God, that's kind of snuck up, to be honest. I need to get those streams set up. So... and I need to do the prediction video. It's sad to see people being let go. 2 big shows Saturday. It's not a sprint. So pace yourself as you want your talking points. Pace yourself as you want your talking points. I do look for talking points. That is true. I don't judge a show by that, but that is a factor. I would much rather a show have talking points than just be flat. The worst show for me is a show that doesn't have any talking points, and the matches were okay, promos were okay, there's nothing that massively happened. That to me is the worst kind of show. I'd much rather a show where the matches were awful, really bad, like talking about it bad, botches and whatever, as long as no one gets hurt. And, you know, there be some talking points. I would enjoy watching that show more than I would enjoy watching a show that's just absolutely mid. I feel like mid is worse than bad if it's just middle of the road, you know? So I would be very... I'm very much looking for talking points. I don't have high hopes for tonight, honestly. I'm always honest about going into a show if I'm excited for it. Tonight's show, I'm fairly excited. I'm about a 6 out of 10 for tonight. To be honest, I'm much more looking big picture right now. I'm looking at the weekends. I'm looking at Money in the Bank. I'm thinking about my predictions videos. We're talking about R-Truth. We're talking about TKO and the challenges of them being in charge of WWE. So my mind is kind of on those things more so than tonight's show specifically. I'm sure tonight will be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine and we'll have some fun with it. But yeah, you know, it's a go home. And you know what go homes are like. That historically, they're not the strongest of episodes. Right, Made by Dawn said, do you remember Mustafa Ali's release? He was to challenge for an NXT championship that very weekend. Made by Dawn, hello. Fortnite said, I was happy with just going to a TV show. I'm okay, cost £35, and I got to see Tiffy and Randy and Cody and LA Knight. Yeah, just any WWE show. I mean, my first show, honestly, when I was a kid, I think I went like 2-3 times because they only used to come over like once a year, I think. So I went 2-3 times when I was a kid, and they were all house shows, and it was amazing. I mean, I think about being at school and telling my friends and, you know, racing home and waiting for my mom and mom coming back, and, you know, off we went to Birmingham, which going to Birmingham on a school night is a bit weird. Like, you wouldn't normally go, like, you know, on a Friday night or whenever. If ever I went to Birmingham, it was the weekend. So, you know, it was just that excitement, really, of, like, going to Birmingham, traveling to the NEC. And the NEC is quite a special place because it is just a conference centre. But I suppose if you're a kid, it's not a place you go to unless you're going to an event. So the NEC in Birmingham is just loads of halls, empty halls, and they've got an arena as well. And, you know, like, to go there, it's out of town. There's nothing else around it. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere. So if you go in there, you're going there for a reason. You're not just popping there to have a look around. So, you know, traveling to this place where, like, they have exhibitions and whatever and concerts and everything, and, like, being amongst other fans, that's always a big factor, isn't it? Being amongst other fans. I mean, when I was a kid, again, there was internet, but no one really had it. So, you know, the conversations you had about wrestling, you just had with your mates. So to go to a house show and see all these fans coming together and, like, see the shirts and the merch, and it's so much more than just seeing even the action. It's not like if you buy a ticket to a show, you are going to be excited once the show starts. Like, it's about the day itself and traveling there and the merch and all of those experiences. So it is something really special. It is something really, really special, and I do really feel for the kids that are now going to miss out for it. But it's just so cold, isn't it? It's a business. They don't really think about that. They just think about how much money can we make from tickets, and it's that simple. So, yeah, this is the world we live in, unfortunately. Dad Stuff said, Daze, the report about Slim Jim putting their logo on tables under the ring true? If so, I feel like this further suspends the belief of the tables just happening to be there. I've not seen that report, to be honest, buds. Is it going to happen? I wouldn't be shocked. It absolutely could. Tables being sponsored. I mean, one thing I would say is that if all the tables have them and they're just constantly sponsored, these tables, then maybe mentally we will just know that the tables are always sponsored, and, you know, it might just feel spontaneous because all the tables have the sponsors on. So if they do grab one of them, then so be it. I mean, ultimately, they might still be able to make it feel like it's spontaneous, but you're not wrong. That, you know, the tables having sponsors on would, you know, at first feel jarring. But it's, you know, it's going to be like the ring, isn't it? Where they do it, people will be upset about it, and then people will get used to it. And, you know, eventually we'll probably have sponsors on chairs. We'll have sponsors on kendo sticks. Kendo sticks will start looking like Slim Jims themselves. I'm surprised they've not even thought of doing that. And it's like, where do you draw the line? Where do you draw the line? So, yeah, I mean, do I want that? No, of course not. To be honest with you, though, I would take it over the ring. For me, the ring was the worst thing you could do, because the ring is constantly there all throughout the match. With a table, you bring that out, do a spot. And so a sponsor being on there is going to suck. But at least it's like a temporary sort of thing. It's not constant. Whereas the ring is constantly there every match. Same sponsors in your face all throughout the match. That to me is worse. So if they do put sponsors on tables, I can't make the argument that's worse than the ring. If they put sponsors on chairs, I couldn't make an argument that's worse than the ring. I think the ring is the worst thing because it's constant, it's always there, and it's, you know, it's they are meant to distract. There's no point putting them there if they don't grab your attention. So they are, by design, meant to get your attention. Why would you put stuff in the ring that's meant to distract you? The frustrating thing, or the annoying thing, is that other sports like UFC do it with their octagon, and other wrestling companies do it. You know, WCW did it back in the day. So it's one of those where it's in sports, and they do it to get money, and so TKO is just doing that. It's not innovative, it's not new, it's not something different. It's just something that hadn't been done in WWE, and we'd managed to keep the wolf from the door. But yeah, of all the stuff, that's the one that bugs me the most, honestly. Well, ticket prices, but I just really hate the ring and how cluttered the ring is. But I've got to just shut up about it, because honestly, it's a ship that has sailed. Do we see WWE giving R-Truth a send-off, or will we never see him again? I think it's a really difficult one, honestly, because I would have been tempted to have put a message out. If you give him a send-off, it's hard because the crowd are going to get behind him and they're going to want him to stay, and that's going to be really difficult, isn't it? Like, they're not going to be chanting like "thank you, Truth," or they will whilst he's out there, but you run the risk of them sort of getting behind him and demanding that he stay, and it's hard, to be honest. It's really difficult. He deserves it, but if the decision has been made now that he's going, it's really difficult, because if you actually have him go out there, you could have the fans really unite behind him. I think they're going to unite behind him anyway. I think you'll have some R-Truth chants. I don't know how loud they'll be. I don't know how often they will be. I don't know if there'll be like loads of signs. I expect some signs. I don't know that it's going to be a sea of signs. And I don't know that the chants are going to like disrupt the whole show. You know, I don't know. I'm not expecting that. I just think that in 2025, the crowd, the fan base is a little lethargic in that regard, you know? I mean, there was the We Want Cody movement, which was the last major movement, right? But, you know, like, We Want Truth today didn't really gain much steam. And there was a little carrying cross campaign because people were upset that he wasn't in the qualifiers, and that didn't gain much steam. You know, it was probably on the what's happening, trending for you thing, but it wasn't like on the main trending pages or anything. It wasn't big enough to like really bother WWE. So, you know, R-Truth, I think there'll be support showed, but not enough to like change anything. Not enough for anything to actually happen. So if you bring him out, though, and he talks and thanks the fans, that could fire the fans up to be even louder, even more supportive. That could be a real problem for WWE. So I don't know. I don't know what you do. He deserves it. But if the decision has been made, is it best that he just sort of goes now? And I think it'll be a real shame if you don't give him that opportunity to talk. But if he talks, you could actually be firing the fan base up. You could be, you know, building up the resentment against your company. Which is why I wondered if it was not a good idea for them to put this statement out to make it very clear that they had tried to keep him, but he didn't want to sign a new deal. If you said to R-Truth, listen, you've earned the right to say a few words, we're going to give you some time, and he goes out and he says a few words, I'm sure he wouldn't say anything to rile up the fans. I'm sure he wouldn't do anything like that. I'm sure that it would all be amicable and he would thank WWE and it would all be really good. But it's just, would the fans then be... At what point will the fans actually wake up and be like, no, we're not having this? And actually, do you know what I mean? Start getting We Want Truth trending, start hijacking shows and all that sort of stuff. You just don't see that these days. The crowd just don't react that way anymore. I don't know. It might be because the cost of the tickets is so high that I don't know that the real passionate fans are the ones that are going so much now. The real passionate fans might be the ones that can't afford the tickets so much. Do you know what I mean? Tickets might be largely being bought by the richer people now that are going along to the wrestling. And I don't know if they're as engaged. I don't know. I'm just throwing theories out there. I can't back that up with any facts. But it could be a social change as well. Could be that the demographic has changed. This is clearly not the same audience we had during the Attitude Era. But then during the Attitude Era, we didn't have as many kids around because we weren't a PG product. So, the rating, the content changes the crowd. And, if you've got a lot more kids around and more families around, you're going to have less resistance. If this was a load of men in their 20s, 30s that have had a few beers that are, chanting away and making noise, what? And the Attitude Era crowds, then, if that crowd decided they wanted something, you'd flipping know about it. You'd know about it because they aren't shy in making their voices heard. But now I think we have more families. And I think the kids are going for a good time. They're not going to disrupt the show and make statements. They're going because they want to see Jey Uso, So it's a different beast. It's a different animal. It's I think you'll get R-Truth chants. And I think you'll get signs, but I don't think it's going to be anything massive. The releases, especially R-Truth, seem odd. What do you think? Pack Attack, I think we've ticked that box. I just think he gets paid a decent wage, and I think that the amount of wrestling that he does, the amount of storylines he can be in, he can do the odd match, he can have some fun with Judgment Day, but for the amount of money he's being paid, if he turned around and said, listen, drop my wage, let me stay, but drop my money down to this level, right? Because I just want to stay. I wonder if there could have been a way forwards. I wonder if there could have been a way. I don't think it's anything personal against him. I think they love him. But I think it's just the TV time we're giving you, we could give to someone else. The sort of jokes that we give to you, we could give to an Austin Theory, right? So is it a case that we're giving TV time to someone in his 50s who we don't see a long-term future with, and we've got some kids coming through that we want to give those opportunities to? You got to be careful about ageism. Got to be careful about ageism because it's a real conversation people are having. But the truth is, once you're in your 50s, you can't really support the backstage segments with matches. I don't think at his age he's going to be able to wrestle at a good enough level on a consistent basis. Because if we was to have him wrestle regular and, have him in the kind of matches we need to put him into, there's probably a good chance he's going to get injured. There's probably a good chance that at his age, his body can't do what it could do before. It's difficult because it's not ageism. You don't have footballers playing in their 50s, right? Because their skills decline, their bodies aren't as explosive, they're not as athletic as they were before. So it's not ageism, but it is connected to his age. if R-Truth was flipping 32 rather than 52 or whatever, perhaps, you know, they would be like, well, we can give him TV time and we can do some stuff with him because he can have the matches to back it up. We can put him in feuds and he can then go and have the match. Whereas now we can't really have him wrestling on a regular basis because, you know, perhaps there's a bit of doubt that he's going to be able to carry that kind of workloads. So it's difficult. It's a real difficult one. I sort of understand that the amount of money he gets paid is maybe not being reflective in the amount of work that he's doing because we can't have him wrestling all these matches. But again, I don't want to be accused of ageism, but I do think it's something that has to be taken into consideration. In my mind, you're fine till your mid-40s. Once you start getting past mid-40s, your body has been battered. I mean, I've got to think at that point you've been wrestling for about 20-odd years, and you've probably had injuries. And I've got to think your body is not in a great place at that point. So, you know, WWE is the pinnacle. And so, you know, is your time at the very top at the end? You know, is that ageism? I don't think so. If I compare it to football, it would be like someone in their 50s or their 40s trying to play for Real Madrid. You know what I mean? Like, you just don't really see that happening. Like, by the time you're in your late 30s in football, you're like, people are like, you know, looking at your skills and saying that you're missing a step. And look at Cena. Plenty of people saying he's missing a step at this point. So, I've got to think that with R-Truth, I mean, he looks good in bursts, but if he was to carry the kind of workload I think they would want him to carry, I think he would struggle. So, I sort of understand. Could they have dropped his money and found a way forward? Maybe. Did they try? I don't know. The details are quite sketchy in that regard. Nine Dark Holiday said, I'm tired of you guys undermining the WWE Universal title. 2 times now, Priest and McIntyre preferring to face Fatu over Cena. Yada da mean. Nine Dark Holiday, I don't understand any of that. But shout out to you. Shout out to you. Yada da mean. Dork Knight says, congratulations, Edwards. Well, I did see that he was leading earlier, but we're not done yet. Doesn't end until NXT. So if you want to support Edward or you want to support anyone that's in the Hall of Fame thing, then get over and vote. He's got to hang on until tomorrow. I said NXT when I posted it. So we've got a little bit more road to travel. Hardcore FM said, what do we think of R-Truth being released? We covered that. We've definitely covered that. Hardcore FM, shout out to you, my friends. D said, is there any chance that R-Truth Let Go could be a work? No. And John Cena comes out and says, look what I did. How do you like me now? No. I really, really don't think that that's a possibility because I just think that is something that would be such bad PR. Using the releases, this is like, how do you make a bad situation worse? How do you make a bad situation worse? So it's bad that you're releasing R-Truth. What would be worse is if you doing this as a story, because that is so flipping disrespectful to people that have been released, to turn to make a story out of it and actually use it as content. And there'd be a backlash to that. Sean Ross Sapp's asked around already, and he's been told, no, it's legit. So the people that he spoke to, so if it is a story, which I don't believe it is, there's literally only a few people that would know of it, because Sean's asked around backstage at WWE and been told that it's legit, it's happening. Once his contract expires, he's done. And we've heard as well Carlito is going, and we've heard earlier that Valhalla is going as well. Valhalla's contract is not going to be renewed, which, to be honest, is no great surprise hence why we're an hour and 20 minutes in and we're only just mentioning it. But that was another one that was kind of mentioned earlier about Valhalla. So I think this is a series of they're not cuts. It's more once your contract's up, we're not renewing. So it's I don't see it being a story or anything like that. Joe, shout out to you, said, this is my daily support. Nothing important to say yet, but I do like your outfit. Who do I have to screw around here to get a Hall of Fame nod, says Joe. Joe, appreciate the support, my friends. So in regards to Hall of Fame, as people know, it's the members. So we've got quite a few members thanks to like King Yeti and Phantom and Dormouse, and so many people have been so generous in recent months that we've got a fair few members, and every member has the opportunity to nominate someone. So, really it's just interacting with people. Like the conversations you have in the chat, the presence that you carry, the impact that you make, the impressions that you make, that just really resonates with people. I've said before, like on this channel, in our community, I think there's lots of ways that you can interact with people. We've got a Discord where you can spend time with people. You can obviously be like responding to people's comments in the chat. It's not just questions for me or theories that you want to share with me. Quite often I'll go in the chat and see at such and such, I think that's a really great idea, or at such and such, I really like that theory, or whatever it might be, because there's conversations happening between people in the chat. And I'm nothing but encouraging of that. I love seeing that. It does mean sometimes I have to scroll to find a theory or a question or something to kind of bounce off. But I love it. I love that. I love that you lot chat amongst yourselves. So when it comes to like how do you get nominated and whatever, it's really the members that are the ones that carry that power, and they get to nominate someone that they would like to see go in. I do find, and I have to say this, a lot of members nominate people that are already in. I do go down, and quite a few times people are nominating people that are in. I always put a list of who is in. And so, yeah, I would say, in future, make sure you're looking at that list of who's already in, and try, obviously, not to nominate those people, because otherwise you are just throwing your nomination away. But they're quite often people get nominated that are already in. So that's how you would get the nomination. So there's no like science to it or anything. It's just the impressions that you make. So Joe, appreciate the support as always, bud. And I'm sure nominations for you are just round the corner. It's one of those where there's a lot of people that have been with the channel a long time that kind of struggle with getting onto the poll as well, because it's hard. It's really hard. Like, we have got like a pretty big community, and we have got a passionate community. We're so lucky to have people that join us on a regular basis. And we love new people. I mean, I'm so welcoming to new people. It's, if we don't welcome new people, we'll just go backwards, and, the channel could ultimately die. So we always need to be welcoming to new people. But we're very fortunate in having a genuine community of people that join us on a regular basis. And so within that, each month we have to just find 4 people to go into the poll. And you do see some change with the poll, but there's so many deserving people. It's hard. It's why it's a real honor to just even be nominated. If you've been nominated, it's a real honor if you think of the amount of people that join us. If you win, this is why it's so special. This is why we like put them in the video down here, because honestly, out of all the people that join us, like, you've been able to win the nomination for that. It's a big deal. It's a really, really big deal. And I love how special it is. I love that it is something that is recognized and is like, it really carries value. And that's why I don't want to change it and make it like 2 people each month or anything like that. I think what we do is right. And yeah, excellent. So it's a great question, Joe, and that would be my answer. My answer is it's hard, really hard, and it's just about like trying to get the members to nominate you. JP said, did Miz get fired? No, I've not seen that. I've not seen any word on the Miz being fired. Valhalla is what I saw. So yeah, no, I've not seen that news. Ben the Tank said, do we want truth chants on Raw tonight? Yeah, I would expect it, but I wouldn't expect it to be crazy. I think you might get it at the start of the show. You might get it like dotted throughout at times, but I don't see the crowds causing the level of disruption that they would in the past. I don't think that we've got a crowd that is going to be, do you know what I mean, really kind of making a scene. I just think that we've got a lot of kids, a lot of families that are there for a good time. Ticket prices are high, so you want to go and make the most of it. And that's what the point I was trying to make earlier is that you've got a lot of like richer families that are going, and families that have like had to work hard to afford to go. I don't think they're looking to go to cause a scene and cause trouble. And like, you know what I mean, if tickets were cheaper, and it wouldn't matter as much because, well, I'll see them next time. Like, but there's a chance this might be the only time you see them this year. You might not be able to go until next year, or you might have decided, you know what, if ticket prices keep rising, I don't know if I can go again. And so, are you really going to go and chant "We want truth" and disrupt the show and all of that, or are you going to go and watch the show and try and enjoy the show? It's a very different mentality. So I'm not anticipating that this is going to be chaos and carnage and all of that. I think there will be signs. I think there'll be a fair few signs. We want truth, justice for truth, thank you, our truth. I totally expect that. Chants, I think you will get at times, but largely this is going to be a show that is going to be a go-home show. I don't think it's going to be anything riotous or that rebellious. It could be, but I'm really, really not expecting that. There's been nothing from recent crowds that really suggests we're going to be getting that. Maybe if we were in France and they were going to do what they did before and be really loud and boisterous, but we know the American crowds are a little bit quieter because, well, WWE serves America a lot. It goes to America on a regular basis, like all the different parts. So I sort of feel like these crowds have seen wrestling a lot. So, like, you go to France and, like, do you know what I mean? The French fans don't have many shows that they've ever been to. So, for them, this is like, oh my God, crazy. But, going around the US, we're going to places we've been to like 40, 50 times previous. So it's not the same. So, yeah, I'm not expecting anything too riotous tonight, but, well, we'll have to see. Maybe I'm going to be wrong, but I can't really point to anything recently outside of the WrestleMania crowd, which were not riotous, but you know what WrestleMania crowds are like. We know what the Raw after WrestleMania is like. People travel to have a good time and to make their voices heard. And, we know that if this was the Raw after WrestleMania, maybe it would be a bit more. But I can't say I'm expecting anything really too crazy tonight. Martin said, 8 great months. But where is Days in the Bank, says Wendy Lucho. Well, that would be a faction game thing, wouldn't it? That would be a faction game thing. So we'll have to have a look, see if we do something this week on that. Days, do we think Miz could be next being released, as he's removed everything WWE related and unfollowed them? Could that mean something as his contract is up soon? It could be. It could be that, he spoke to them and said that he is interested in renegotiating, and they've kind of kicked that can down the road. I think if you look at The Miz would be someone now that I wouldn't be too surprised they part ways with. I think what the R-Truth thing has done is it's shown that no one is safe. unless you are a Roman Reigns. You know, if you are someone that is not used at the top end of the card and you're in the middle of the card, I think that no one is safe. Like a Miz is someone that has been ever present. He's someone that's been used a lot on TV, but equally he's someone that I don't think WWE and TKO are going to have like any sort of loyalty towards. That loyalty, it just doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. If you are a CM Punk, we don't want to lose you because it's star power. It's star power. We don't want to lose CM Punk because he is a needle mover. We don't want to lose Roman Reigns because he is a needle mover. We don't want to lose Becky. She is a needle mover. And when I say needle mover, what I mean is if Becky goes to AEW, is it going to move their needle? Yes. Undeniable. Undeniable. Because she went to NXT last year and she moved the needle in NXT. There was more viewers watching because Becky was there, right? If Seth goes over to AEW, does it move their needle? Yes, of course it does. If Miz goes over, does it move the needle? Maybe for week 1, week 2, but after that, I'm not sure it does. So I sort of think like with Miz, he's probably getting paid quite a bit of money. He's not being used a great deal on TV. He's very much a bit part player under Triple H. That money can be reinvested elsewhere. That TV time that he is getting, as small as it is, can be used for emerging talent. You know, rather than having R-Truth and Miz and people of that caliber, you know, they're looking at Trick, they're looking at Oba, they're looking at Ethan, they're looking at Javon, they're looking at Stephanie, they're looking at Julia. I get it. I do get it. I do understand. And so if I'm Miz, then yeah, I think I can see writing on the wall. I can see that the end of the journey might be coming up. And certainly if I knock on the door and I say to the person in charge of talent relations, can I have a word? My contract's up in the summer. I know I'm not getting like many big feuds. I know I did like a Wyatt 6 thing last year, but this year I've not really had much. I'm just hanging around with Carmelo. I really want to stay. I don't want to leave WWE. This is my family. This is my life. Can you get me any kind of update as to where we are, what the situation is? I mean, if there are no plans to kind of keep me around, like, do I need to be looking elsewhere, or what? Can you get me some? Can you help me? Throw me a bone. See what they say. I don't know that conversation hasn't happened. And if it has happened, he might have had the answer of, well, they're not really saying a great deal. The only thing I know is that there's no creative plans for you at the moment. Like, he could have had an answer like that, which is basically, if you're getting that answer of there's no creative plans for you at this time and your contract is coming up, I mean, that's 2 + 2 = 4. I mean, you can work that out. You can see where it's going. And so if he's had conversations along those lines, something in that neighborhood, then of course that's where he might be like, do you know what? I need to start thinking about my future. And yeah, maybe this is where he has took WWE out of his bio, whatever. I don't want to jump to conclusions because, you know, it could be that he's thinking about his brand as well. It could be that he's thinking beyond WWE. Could be that there's some movie opportunities coming up for him. And so it could be that he wants that profile to be a more generic profile, you know? I mean, Gunther has also deleted like the past 3 years of tweets. And I don't know that he is leaving. I don't think WWE want to lose him. So, you know, Gunther has actually done something to his social media as well recently. I wonder if there is actually something about them wanting their X accounts to be a bit more generic because of opportunities that are coming up within other round. They don't want to just be the character they are on WWE. They need to build their own brand, which is wise actually, because if you do leave WWE, you need to have a brand built around you rather than your character, because your character is something you're going to leave behind. So if Miz does get released in the summer, it's better to build up his name and build up him rather than his character, because he could be about to leave that behind in the past and move on to pastures new. So I wonder if there's a bit of thought, a conversation. I wonder if the boys are talking. I wonder if there's a change in strategy amongst the locker room onto how they're going to use social media going forwards. I wonder if it's not a sign that he knows he's going to get cut. I wonder if it's just him preempting that he could be getting cut. There's no word on The Miz. I've seen nothing on The Miz. So, it is just guesswork. Like a lot of the stuff we do is just theorize, speculate, which, we are in the gutter. We are in the dirt. We are wallowing in the mud a little bit, but that's okay. It's things are happening and people want to have a chat about why could they be happening, and that's all right. Just, we're not sitting here going, okay, this is what's happening, because I don't know. But those are a few reasons as to why he could be doing what he's doing. So, yeah, I think if I'm Miz, I'm definitely concerned. The R-Truth thing shows that there's not much loyalty. It's just, if you're a big name being used in a big spot right now, you're probably going to move the dial if you go to AEW. If you're Seth, if you're Roman, if you're Cody, if you're Becky, if you're Rhea, if you're Liv Morgan, if you're used near the top end of the card, they're not going to want to lose you. But if you're someone like Carrion, if you're someone like Miz, if you're someone like R-Truth that gets used sparingly, they probably are looking at the amount of money you're getting paid thinking, we could save that and spend it elsewhere. I mean, the only reason I include Carrion is because his contract is apparently up in the summer, and he is someone that in 2025 has struggled for TV time. You've got to be worried for Carrion unless they start doing something with him. Unless they're going to start getting him in a feud. Now, he's kind of been sniffing around Sammy, so it could be they do something there. But if that's just going to be a quick little feud that Sammy wins to kind of build Sammy up, that's not going to be much, is it, to hang your hat on? You're not going to be able to say, well, they did this with Sammy. It's like, yeah, but it was very short, and it really just built Sammy up. And, yeah, that's not great for Carrion. Carrion needs something really significant, really juicy. Needs to be on TV in a big storyline. They need to really invest in him. And there's just no sign of that happening at the moment outside of a potential feud with Sammy. So it's, there's a concern there, definitely. There's a concern around Carrion. I think even Carrion's concerned. I mean, he and Scarlett made comments, didn't they, about whatever happens in the future. Scarlett said, whatever happens, I'm going to stand by. I'm so proud to stand by this guy. Kind of implying that they know their contract's coming up. And listen, if your contract's coming up, if my contract was coming up, I'm knocking on that door. I'm knocking on that talent relations door. And I'm like, when are we renegotiating? What's the deal? And if they turn around and say there's no plans to do that, well, that's not good, is it? That's not a good sign. So, I don't know if some of these people have not, listen, Carrion's not shy in coming forwards. I've got to think he's had a chat with people. Carrion is not the kind of person that turns up to work and he's going to be timid and he's going to be shy about speaking to someone about his contract. He'll knock on that door and he'll have the conversation. So this is where if they've said there's no plans to renegotiate, he might already have an idea that the end looks likely for his second run in WWE. So lots to digest there. Gunther has been with WWE for 6 years. I wonder if his contract is almost up. Don't know about when his contract's up, honestly. I really don't think they're going to want to part ways with him. I really don't think they will want to part with Gunther. He is someone that they use on a regular basis near the top end of the card. And Yeah, I don't see them parting with him. He is someone that could easily go to AEW and make a big impression. He's someone that Triple H really loves. Undertaker loves him as well. He was world champion not that long ago. In fact, he's got another world title match coming up. So again, it's not like he's just sat in the background. It's not like we're struggling to... It's not like The Miz, where he's not in any sort of stories. I mean, he was at WrestleMania. He was a world champion. He's got another world championship match coming up. There's just nothing that indicates they want to part ways with him. So if his contract is coming up, I wouldn't be surprised if they've already started a renegotiation. Why he's deleted all his recent tweets, I really don't know. Unless he's frustrated. You know, unless like him getting tapped out, because we didn't understand it. Why did you tap out Gunther at WrestleMania? It's one thing to have him pass out and lose, but now you've got the fans chanting you tapped out, which of course they are. As soon as he tapped out, we knew the fans were going to do that. You don't do that finish and then be surprised if the fans start chanting you tapped out. Like, they go hand in hand. If you're a proud heel that brags about, being dominant and everything, and then you tap out, losing your title at WrestleMania, of course the fans are going to chant you tapped out. I know that. You know that. They know that. I mean, but why did they do that? And, it's one thing to get the belt off him. It's another thing to, like, kick him in the nuts. So I don't get it. I still don't get it. We're sat here now in June. This WrestleMania happened towards the end of April. I still don't understand why we did that. I can only think they did it because they wanted him to be so angry that he would snap on the commentators. But why? He lost his belt. He's no longer world champion. That should make him angry enough that he didn't need to tap out as well and be embarrassed like that to have the freak out. Like, you've ruined Gunther a little. Not totally, but you've definitely taken a little something away from him. Now at WrestleMania, I've seen him this proud general, this ring general, this person that talks about the mat being sacred and all that. I've seen him tap out. I don't get it. If I'm confused by it and I think it's a bad move, how does he feel? Because it's his character. He's the one that's putting all this work in and building up this prestige just to see it get chucked away. Not all of it. Let's not go over dramatic. But it's undeniable that he lost a little bit of aura by tapping out. So if I'm frustrated by it, if I'm annoyed by it, how does he feel? Because it's him. He's the actual guy. So how does he feel? I would not be shocked to find out that he hated that finish. I don't know that that's the reason why, but I wouldn't be shocked to find that out. So I don't know. Maybe there's a touch frustration there. And maybe that's why he's deleted his tweets. Or maybe he's got some film opportunities coming up and he also wants to focus more on himself rather than WWE. As I said, perhaps they've been talking about build up yourself rather than your character. And this is why he's deleted the past 3 years of WWE tweets. I don't know that he's leaving. That's my point. I don't know that he's leaving. It could be there's frustration there, and it could be there's a refocus of his social media, but I don't know that he's about to like walk out the door or something. Netforce said, with the current releases and rising ticket prices, I almost wish that a private promoter could buy WWE from TKO. Go back to being owned by just one guy or a family, said Netforce. Edward said, do we think The Miz could be next getting released? He removed everything WWE in his bio. We answered that. We touched on that. I do think that it's not a good sign for him. I also think the fact that Triple H just never really uses him. You don't really get Miz matches at PLEs. He doesn't really do Miz TV. He's had a feud with the Wyatts at the end of 2024 and then done pretty much nothing in 2025 apart from hang around Carmelo, giving him a bit of advice, which I don't think Carmelo really needs. Yeah. I mean, Awesome Truth and the Wyatt Six feuds and hanging around Carmelo. I mean, it's all very throwaway stuff, you know. Awesome Truth was great just to get R-Truth WrestleMania moment, but that was done more for R-Truth than for Miz. I don't believe that was a thank you to Miz. I think it was more a thank you to R-Truth, honestly. So I sort of feel like Triple H just doesn't care too much for the Miz. I think that his road could be running out, yeah. I don't want to say that, he's going to get cut and all this stuff, because I hope he doesn't, right? I don't want to see anyone lose their jobs. But the signs aren't great. And he's going to be earning a good amount of money as well. And again, I think it comes down to, can you justify the money you're being paid? We know this is part of the reason why they parted ways with Braun. Braun Strowman was a surprise. But, you know, he's a big guy that they weren't using all that much. Apparently, injury-wise, he was carrying quite a few injuries, more than we knew. And it was, can he justify the money he's being paid? And I don't think they felt he could. I don't think they felt they could justify the amount of money they were paying him. Got to think Miz is on a pretty penny. So, yeah, I'd say the signs aren't great. With Barlito leaving soon, does WWE have him reveal his feelings for Raquel? I didn't know who Barlito was. You mean Carlito? Gets denied and then powerbombed through a car. I don't know, but we just might not see him. I don't know what they're going to do with him. I mean, with him parting ways, he might be in the background. Like, you might have him part Judgment Day, or they might just say to him, listen, I think he's got 2 weeks left. They might just say, stick at home. Don't worry about coming in. It could just be done already. I think he's only got a few weeks. I don't think it's much time. So, you know, it might be that the conversation is just stick at home. When they spoke to Sonya Deville, she said that she was meant to be in on the Monday or the Friday, and she didn't know if she was meant to go. I heard her say that on a podcast. She was like, I got the phone call. I got the news, like, we're not going to renew your contract. And she was like, okay, she was shocked because they were renegotiating at the time. And she was shocked, and she put the phone down, and she was like, her head was obviously spinning and everything. And she said, it was only later that I turned to my partner and went, do I have to go on Friday? I didn't even ask if I have to go. And her partner said, I think they've basically told you you're done. So she didn't go. And she said no one got in touch with her to say she was meant to be there. So in her mind, she was done. So I wonder if the same is true of Carlito. He's had a phone call over the weekend to let him know we're not going to renew your deal. His deal is up in a few weeks, I believe. I don't know that you see him on TV again. It'll be interesting, see if he's there. WrestleLandy said, Daze the Miz has been in WWE so long. His debut was against Tatanka. Wrestle with Andy, shout out to you. Yeah, I mean, it's a shame that there's not that loyalty. But it's one of those where I sort of understand as well. I sort of understand that, like, from a business point of view, with all the talent that you're bringing up, you would look at your budget and, you know, you would look at someone that's getting paid a lot of money because they got used a lot in the past that maybe aren't being used so much now, that you would look at that and go, I can't justify that in 2025. I don't know what the Miz is on, 4 million, something like that, right? 5 million. He's in the millions. So if he's not in major stories and he's not going to be at PLEs and you just don't see that in him in 2025, it's a hard one to justify, isn't it? It's a hard one to sit there and just keep spending that money when it could be reinvested in this emerging talent, you know? And the TV time can be used on the emerging talent. So it's a difficult one. I don't want to see people lose their jobs. And it's not nice to speculate about people's jobs. So it's not a conversation I feel really comfortable about, to be honest. But I don't know. It's hard, isn't it? I don't want to see anyone lose their jobs. I'm not saying the Miz should lose his job. I'm just saying that if he did go, I can sort of understand. Not because he sucks or anything like that. I think that is really out of order, right? That is not the conversation people should be having. I think it's more to do with how much TV time does he get given? What are the storylines that he is presented with? What creative do they have for him compared to how much are they paying him, right? And if those two things are out of sync, that's where you've got a problem. So it's not about the Miz. It's nothing personal. It's nothing like it's about that. And put in any name you want into that, right? Outside of a Roman and at the real top end, the needle movers, go further down, right? Get rid of that top layer, the Liv Morgans, the Rhea Ripleys, the Bianca Belairs, the Roman Reigns', the CM Punks, the Seth Rollins. Those names are all fine. They're not going to part ways with those. They use them regular, right? And even with Roman and his reduced schedule, he's still a needle mover. You know, when he's on the show, it's like, you know what I mean? He's still one of their top merch sellers. So, I mean, no point having that conversation. They ain't parting ways with those people. But go further down the list. Go to the mid-card. Go to the bottom end of the card. What they're doing compared to how much they're being paid, if that is out of sync, there's a problem. And it really doesn't matter what the name is. Doesn't matter if it's a Finn Balor. Doesn't matter if it's flipping Akira Tozawa or an Otis or a tag team like the War Raiders or whoever's in the mid card, an LA Knight. You know, even a Solo Sikoa. You know, I don't think they would with Solo, but because of him being part of that family, and I think The Rock would kind of protect that family. So I don't think they would part ways with Solo. But again, what are they doing on TV? What creative have they got? Compare it to how much they're being paid. If there is a big disparity there, there is a problem. And in the TKO worlds, that could result in parting ways. So that's kind of how I would look at it. So if they did part ways with The Miz, that for me is where it will have fallen down. Your tribal chief said there was no Unseen today. Are the folders down? No, they're not. But so with Unseen, I actually did a stream yesterday for Money in the Bank. Obviously, the big news was R-Truth. I went back through my feed and there was, I reckon, 2-3 things for Unseen, and everything else was R-Truth. So, unfortunately, Sunday is a quiet day. Anyway, the quietest day of the week is Sunday. So, normally, this is why yesterday was so shocking. I actually woke up yesterday, not too long before I had to stream. And so I woke up, and the first thing I did was not check the wrestling news. My bad. I just got into a bad habit where Sundays are quiet. So, I didn't check the wrestling. I had something to eat. I went and had something to eat, sat down, had something to eat, came down, started setting up for the stream, then saw about R-Truth. And unfortunately, R-Truth, the news, had hit just after I'd gone to bed. I went to bed half an hour later, R-Truth news came, right? So I was asleep when the R-Truth news dropped. And, you know, it's one of those, that's the problem with kind of being asleep during the daytime, so I'm up at night for the streams. So, you know, we might not always be the quickest when it comes to breaking news because it just breaks at any time, doesn't it? And, you know, my sleep schedule's a little bit strange because of the streams we do and the content we do. But in my mind, it was okay. You know, I'll always catch things up for Unseen. But as I was looking into that, about half an hour before, the Carlito news had dropped. The Carlito news had come through. So as a result of that, I did a video about R-Truth and Carlito and put that out there. And so when I look back, really, obviously, unsurprisingly, the day was absolutely dominated by that. What with it being a Sunday anyway and being quiet anyway, I don't want to put an Unseen out that's got, you know, that's not worth it. I don't want to put an Unseen out for the sake of putting an Unseen out. Most days I don't even have to think about it. Sunday is the one day in the week where there's a chance it might not happen if there really is not anything to put in there. And I'm not really looking at doing Unseens for the sake of doing them. So it sort of felt like, okay, well, everyone's talking about R-Truth, Carlito. We've done a video on that. I don't have a great deal to add. So, you know, it just ended up not happening. So, no, folders are okay. Should totally got plans to do an unseen after tonight as well, so it's not going away or anything. But again, if ever there's a new unseen, just know that there's some stuff in there, right? I won't. I don't care what day of the week it is. If for some reason there's a Tuesday and just nothing has happened, I won't do an unseen, because I'm not going to put it out for the sake of just putting it out. I don't have to. I'd rather not waste your time. So I always try and make sure there's something in there that's fun or is, really interesting, and we can get our teeth into it. So that was that. Right, Camden said, Daze, if WWE does pull the trigger on a Cody Rhodes heel turn, then who would be the new top babyface? Would it be Jay, or would it be someone like Punk, Roman, etc.? Well, the top babyface would probably be Roman. I don't think that Jay's outselling Roman. I don't think Jay's numbers are getting better than Roman. I think Roman, if you look at Google searches, like, Roman is just a country mile ahead of everyone. I remember looking at Google search trends, and Jay was doing okay, but it was like Jay, Cody, all these, and like they were all battling, and then Roman was like up here. Like, Roman is just far and away the biggest star. So, but he's only part-time, isn't he? He's not the quarterback. You can't, do you know what I mean? He's the guy that comes in and does the odd thing for like WrestleMania and SummerSlam, whatever. So, he would be the top babyface in regards to numbers and merch, but I don't know that he would be the top babyface in regards to week in, week out. That might be CM Punk would be the next name on my mind. CM Punk would be the next name. So if Cody turned, I'd be looking at Roman, Jay, CM Punk. Those would be the three that would come to my mind first of all. In regards to Google searches, video views, merch sales, just general impact, it would be amongst those three. So, but honestly, I think it would depend on the story into the order. I mean, going into WrestleMania, coming out of WrestleMania, I wouldn't be shocked if Jay was kind of outselling Punk. That wouldn't shock me. But then, you do something with Punk and then Punk might outsell Jay. So I don't know. I feel like there's interchangeability there. Roman is just out on his own. He's just out on his own. But if you look at full-timers and Cody turns heel, I think there'd be some interchangeability between those three. So, yeah, you're absolutely in the right ballpark there, Camden. I'm not aware of any other names that would be in that mix. Rhea Ripley does okay, but I don't believe she's at the same level as like CM Punk or even Jay at the moment. Jay is... There's a reason why he won the Rumble. There's a reason as to why he is world champion right now. It's because his merch sales and his numbers say that this is the direction that's worth going in. This is the direction we should go. Why are people hating on the sponsorships when they've been doing it in boxing for years, says Nick? Well, because they're completely different things, aren't they? I mean, with boxing, the action is all up here. It's all to do with the handwork, and all right, there's a little bit on the footwork as well. But like with wrestling, they get down on the ground and they go for pins. So do you know what I mean? There's a lot more kind of ground-based work than in boxing. It's all stand-up, isn't it? So like, it's a completely different sport. And also, as you said, there's a familiarity there because they've been doing it for decades. I mean, listen, if we have sponsors in the ring, it's a problem now because we've just introduced it. We've gone from having a nice, clean ring to now having a cluttered ring. It has not made the product better. It has made it look cluttered. It's distracting. This is not a positive switch. It's a negative switch. So why is that something that we should not complain about? Why is that something that's acceptable? In my mind, we've made something worse. We had a nice uncluttered ring, no distractions. which we've now put a load of sponsors on that are meant to distract. They're meant to get your attention. That's the whole reason they're there, right? So why is that something that we would not complain about? Kids that are coming through that are watching now for the first time, they're going to get more used to it because they obviously haven't had the 30 years that, I've enjoyed, like 30 odd years, which is crazy because I'm only 21. But, I've enjoyed all this time where I've been able to watch a nice clean ring. And now I've got a cluttered ring. So, like, I don't really understand why that's something that we shouldn't be frustrated with. And, as I said, compared to boxing, it's a completely different sport. It's not as based on the ground. That's been there for years, so I think there's a bit more familiarity with it. Whereas we've just gone from something really nice and clean to something cluttered. We've made the product a little bit worse. And who wants to see the product getting worse? Who wants to see a product getting worse and ticket prices going up? Because that's what TKO have done. So, yeah, I get the frustration. I'm with people on it. I agree with it. I find the ring thing very frustrating. It's not the end of the world. It's not going to stop me from watching. Like, do you know what I mean? It's not like every time we watch a show, I'm going to keep banging on about it. But is it something that I'm frustrated about? Is it something I wish that wasn't happening? Yes. Yes, I wish it wasn't happening. I wish that the ring was clean. I don't even want the Saturday Night's Main Event logo or the WWE logo in the ring. I don't even want those. I don't even want those. I'm just looking now that I think it was last week. There's a WWE logo in the middle of the ring. And in my mind, that's there so that you're just used to having something in the ring. If they could change that WWE to a sponsor, they would do it. And at PLEs, they do it. So, even that is it's not needed. I don't need a WWE logo in the ring. I know what I'm watching. It's annoying. Right, they are just showing us last week. We are just keeping an eye on last week. Raw on Netflix has been the most disappointing thing this year so far, said Scottish Nightmare. LS Dub says there's people in the chat who don't know Daze is 21. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. It's crazy. Sometimes I do say and talk about the 90s. I don't really mean that. I'm just trying to make it seem like I've been a fan longer than I actually have. But, yeah. It's, life's hard in the UK. Life's hard in the UK. This is what 21-year-olds in the UK flipping look like. Here is Sammy. Connor said, do you think we could see Goldberg-Gunther match happening at SummerSlam? Do we agree with that? Goldberg-Gunther. Oh, yeah. I don't know that it'll be at SummerSlam, but yeah, that's been rumoured, hasn't it? Because they had a bit of a confrontation last year. So I think that definitely feels like a direction we could head, yeah. Can't say SummerSlam, but it absolutely could. El Grande Americano. Yeah. Stephanie, we're just running through the matchups. Wrestle Night said Cross was #1 merch seller for 3 weeks. Now he's at number 3. Jay is at number 1, says Wrestle Night. Okay, here's Michael Cole. Okay, they're talking about, I think they're going to talk about the tank top situation. So I wonder if that's going to be this week. Here we go. So Michael is taking off the jacket. Michael Cole is actually stripping. What is it going to be, a Pacers shirt as well? It is, you know. So there we go. He's got the Pacers top on. My God, look at the guns. Michael Cole with the gun show. So Michael lost bets. And here he is, sat there in a Indiana Pacers shirt. I mean, honestly, it's not that embarrassing, is it? In all fairness, it's not that embarrassing, but it is unusual seeing Michael Cole kind of sat there in anything other than a bit of a shirt. But yeah, fun way to open up Raw this week. Here's CM Punk coming out, opening proceedings. Does that have to be done at the opening of the show? That's fun, said LS Dub. CM Punk, thank God, says Metal Mama. What, you wasn't Metal Mama? You weren't enjoying the gun show? You didn't enjoy the gun show? Here's CM Punk making his way down to the ring. Oh, so we're not going straight into this match. Okay, I'm looking out for R-Truth signs, and to be honest with you, I'm struggling to see one. I'm sure there are some signs, but I'm struggling to see an R-Truth sign. I wonder if Punk will say something. Punk has no problems with coming out. And saying some... Yeah, I just want to have a look at the crowds. I just want to see if there's any R-Truth stuff. CM Punk chants. Something that says the word Roy. Is it great to be alive on a Monday night in Tulsa? Let's see what he's got to say. I hear a bit of thunder. That's probably because of where we are, yeah? Yeah, I can't see anything that's R-Truth. No, in WWE, they probably confiscated Truth sign. That's a good point, actually, James. Just a friendly reminder, if the finals are on, please be watching Monday Night Raw or SmackDown. Okay. You're looking at a two-time Money in the Bank ladder match winner. I'm looking forward to doing it for the third time, says CM Punk. It's the summer of Punk. Some light just seemed to go out momentarily, but that's okay. It's come back on. It's always great to hear from CM Punk. You always feel like you're hearing something. Jay. It won't be personal if I get the briefcase. It'll just be business. John Cena getting a mention. So CM Punk opening the show, talking about Money in the Bank, talking about Jay, talking about John, talking about a summer of Punk. I'm so down for a summer of Punk in 2025. We need a summer of Punk. We've got some bananas in the crowds. He sold his soul to a bold fraud goof. Whoa, harsh words by CM Punk for John Cena. It's time that CM Punk became champion one more time. Yeah, great. Ooh, Sammy is coming out. Sammy is coming out. Yeah, being a Sammy stan is very difficult. Very difficult. Punk dropping the hard G, said Poppy. Thank God for CM Punk, says Metal Mama. CM Punk is awesome. He's my second favourite, said Allison. Cheap pops and basketball teams really made the people forget about R-Truth. Honestly, I can't see any R-Truth signs. I mean, I don't know if they were confiscated, but there's nothing, is there? I mean, I thought there'd be signs. I thought there'd be something. There's still a chance we get an R-Truth chant at some point, but this is a crowd that's here for a good time, aren't they? Oh, there's oh my God. We want truth. Someone's got a sign that says we want truth, but they've written it so small. I just saw this sign in the background, white sign, and it's like hashtag we want James. CM Punk says you. I'm not mad about you interrupting me to Sammy. I appreciate that. Sammy, 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 Sammy. I appreciate that, and I appreciate that too. This is the first time I've heard you really speak about becoming world champion since you've been back, says Sammy. Money in the Bank's not the path for me. It's not in the cards for me, but it is for you. Tonight. You must win tonight. They're just trying to really build this main event, aren't they? I'm guessing this is going to be our main event. Don't think about any of them. So Sammy said he's going to deal with Bronson and Braun tonight. Why does Sammy so desperately want CM Punk to win this? with you in that match, it changes the match. If Seth gets that briefcase, this place, it's over. We go down a different path. I like this. Good. I need you to win tonight, says Sammy. God, what's this setting up? Are they doing this just to make the main event a bigger deal? Or are they doing this because there's going to be a swerve, Punk's not going to win, and the fans are then going to understand that actually, oh my God, this is a big problem? It could even set up a Sammy turn, but... I like it. It makes me want to see the match. Should you win the World Championship, you and me will be face to face again. And we'll have a very different conversation. Mate, I'm so down for that match. Sammy versus CM Punk. CM Punk says he looks forward to it. He puts his hand out. Sammy shakes his hands. Good. Good. I ain't got no complaints. I enjoyed what Punk said. I enjoyed what Sammy said. It's not earth-shattering. It's not ground-shaking. But it's something that definitely makes me want to see that main event match a little bit more. It definitely makes me want to watch to see what direction they're going to go with it. Are they just making that feel bigger so that we tune in or we want to stick around? Or is it that it's, you know, there's a swerve coming, maybe Punk doesn't win, maybe Sammy turns? I don't think it's going to be that, but yeah, interesting. What is that tattoo? I've not seen that tattoo before. He's got some words and some hearts. God, he's got some really bad tattoos. I don't know. It might be his family or something, but maybe it's a deceased loved one, so. We're just seeing last week on Raw, obviously the distraction with Kyrie beating Liv. There was a bit of a fallout here. So we're going back to... Oh, I thought we might go back to Judgment Day, but we're not. We're back with Liv, Raquel, Roxanne. If you want to help me, stay out my way. Raquel, just having a few words with Roxanne. Here's EO. Kyrie got lucky last week. Not gonna happen. Watch me. They're muting the crowd. They were chanting it as Sammy came out. I've tagged you. But they were chanting for R-Truth when Sammy came out. Let's have a listen. Oh yeah, you can hear a bit of We Want Truth. Are they muting it, or was it that we just didn't pick up on it? Because it's not the whole crowds. That clip sounds like a few people. It doesn't. It's certainly not anything sizable, but it sounds like definitely were We Want Truth chants. I wonder if it was there and just didn't pick up on it, because that actually looks like a screen grab. Either way, look at the signs. There's next to no signs. The crowd, if they really wanted to be chanting for our truth, could have made their voices heard. But true, there was something. There was something. Liv has made her way out. Wild has gone down with an injury during his speed match that took place. Yeah, no, I hadn't heard about this. Okay, Liver's made her way out. So there's a little bit of footage doing the rounds. I wonder if I can just... Let's do this, and... Who's coming out? Ivy's coming out. Wild seems to have gone down to an injury during his speed match before Raw. So, I don't know, if it looked like he might be in there with Andrade. Batman, thank you. Batman, tag me in it. Don't know what the update is on that. Don't know if he, like, finished the match or walked on, like, continued with it. I'm not sure. We'll have to see what gets said. Okay, Ivy's got in the ring. Boom, boom, boom. Right, Tony, Daze, AEW should have AEW and CMLL universes diverge. Why do you call yourself a boomer if you're 21? I think anyone over 21 is a boomer, but... Connor said, guys, who are your favourites to win the Money in the Bank? Well, honestly, I'm waiting to see as to who is going to qualify, because Stephanie could go in. And I think I think it'd be too soon for her. She's only just been called up. So, yeah, I want to see these final qualifiers first. That's why I've held off on my predictions. The Ring General said 1 year of Days memberships, and it was worth every penny. The Ring General, thank you, my friends. Appreciate the support. I want to make sure that we're up to date with all the super chats. Yes. The Ring General, thank you, my friends. Kader, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Sean said Ivy Niles' entrance is happening. Just people in America can't see it without a VPN. Oh, right. Is it commercial break, is it? I did wonder why she was getting an entrance. She doesn't normally. So we're at commercial break, are we? Dean said, did you see that Liv had Judgment Day members covered with faded spray on her shirt? No, I didn't. Is that doing the rounds, is it? Feel free to tag me in that. I actually wasn't looking at what she was wearing. I was too busy kind of listening to what she was saying with Roxanne. Isn't her top just a Liv and Dominic one? I'm just looking there. Like, that looks like her mugshot. And I'm guessing next to it is maybe a Dominic one. Is that what we're talking about? Because that doesn't look like a Judgment Day shirt to me. Unless I'm, like, in the wrong... looking at the wrong thing. That was what she was wearing when she was just talking backstage to EO. But why is Americano going to end up main eventing at WrestleMania? He's so awesome. I think he's running a little bit out of steam, honestly. I think he's running a little bit out of steam. Here's Stephanie. Stephanie making her way out. It is a Stephanie match. Daze is not paying attention. What do you mean? Why am I so confused? People are telling me stuff. I know it's a Stephanie match. Why? What am I not paying attention to? Made by Dawn. Explain this to me. What am I not paying attention to? Let him in, said Daze. I heard the R-Truth chants. It wasn't many people that were chanting. It was quiet. Right. So you heard it. To be honest, I don't seem to be bothered about it, says Darren. Daze, I heard the R-Truth. Oh, we read that one. Daze, is this the triple threat? A main event is Sammy could turn on Punk. Sammy could turn on Punk. I think that would be a massive... I mean, a Sammy turn on this show would be huge. So I can't say that that is where it's going. It could. I don't think it will, but it could. Steph is not going to win since we have got Worlds Collide match. Who do we think wins Money in the Bank? Got a feeling Seth wins it. I want to see who's in the match first, honestly. Because I think if Punk goes in, I think then we could be... if Punk goes in, then we could be talking a very different winner. Right. Ivy versus Liv versus Stephanie. Made by Dawn. What are you on about? Daze is not paying attention to the chat. What are you on about? I've just read out chats. Stephanie is his favourite female. Made by Dawn, can you hear me? I've just been reading comments. People just said about how there was some paint covering over Liv's shirt, blocking out Judgment Day people. So I just went to check on that. Then I was just reading some comments. And now you're telling me I'm not paying attention? The flip. There's Devil's Kiss. Devil's Kiss by Stephanie. It's a good point what someone just said. It won't be Steph who wins because of her Worlds Collide match. Well, that is true. It would mean double duty, would it not? Because Worlds Collide's on the same time. It's not same time, but the same day as Money in the Bank. Punk will lose, and it'll make everyone think, what can we do? And then Roman is going to stop Seth at Money in the Bank, said Mark Firefly Forever. That could happen. That could happen. I don't mind that theory at all. Boom. It does feel like they have set up the main events for some sort of big swerve. I don't know that I can just see Punk winning and that's that, you know? But it could be just to make that main event feel like a bigger deal. Liv colliding into Stephanie, going over the other side, colliding into Ivy. If Punk wins against AJ and now Grande tonight, do we have a feeling that Punk could be the favourite for Money in the Bank? Well, this is the point. I mean, if Punk... I think Punk's a big piece of the puzzle. So we will have a much better idea. I think if he qualifies, I think he has to be amongst the favourites. If he qualifies. Nice German there by Ivy. She Germans Stephanie, who Germans Liv. Roman's doing a film, isn't he, says James. I don't know when it films. I don't know. He is going to be doing a film, but I don't know when it records. Leanne said, Liv's not winning. She's had her Money in the Bank. Stephanie is going to get the push, says Leanne. Roll in the middle of the ring. 1, 2, shoulder up. People were shizzing on the R-Truth Cena match, especially Truth, says AB. Mayor Pete said, I'm not complaining if I see 2 Steph matches on Saturday. Yeah, well, she could, they could do that. That would be pretty wild. I think it's a good point that she is going to be competing at Worlds Collide. I don't know that it's quite enough for me to say that she's definitely not winning here, though. Liv catching Steph. The ring general said, if I'm Dom, I'm going to ditch them all and riz out La Primera. Well, there's a lot of people thinking that Dom's going to get with Roxanne. Back in the corner goes La Primera as Ivy throws in some big forearm strikes. Ivy now back in the middle of the ring. Ivy coming over, grabbing Stephanie, dragging Stephanie out to the middle of the ring. We want truth chants. Not much. Not much. There might be the odds little thing here or there, but this ain't nothing. I mean, let's do it right now. It's quiet. It's quiet. Suplex. She's going for 3 amigos. They could be filling this now with We Want Truth chants. This is certainly not a crowd that's going to be hijacking this show. Liv gets picked up by Ivy and Stephanie. She's up in the air. We'll be coming back from commercial break in about 30-odd seconds. Yeah, delayed standing vertical suplex, and Liv is suplex. Good facial reactions. Who do we think is going to win the triple threats? There we go. Now that's better. That's better. There is a We Want Truth chant. But it dies so quickly. That was better because it felt like there was more people getting involved. But it lasted for all of a few seconds and then kind of petered out. Kicks coming in. Who's going to win? I feel like... I think it's really hard to predict, honestly. I think the point made about Stephanie is good, that she's in the Worlds Collide match. I don't think it's Ivy. I think it's between Stephanie and Liv. Because of the Worlds Collide thing, it's not enough for me to say Stephanie's not winning. I think she could work both shows. But Liv's probably got a chance, hasn't she? She's probably got a good chance here. I don't think it's going to be Ivy. But listen, Triple H could pull the trigger on Ivy, couldn't he? I think it's hard to predict, honestly. I feel like you can make an argument for quite a few. Stephanie is kind of the star I think they really want to get behind. Big shot coming in. She's a big deal. Kick to the midsection there by Liv. Another kick. Went for an enziguri. Stephanie moves out the way. She kicks Liv. Liv goes down, crawls over to the corner. Stephanie charging in. Big boot there by Liv. Looking for... Oh, kick down there by Liv. Stephanie goes down. Liv going up to that middle turnbuckle. Big shot coming in by Stephanie. I think they're muting it and they're adding some regular crowd sounds, said Drake. Well, I don't think they were doing that during the commercial break. And honestly, there was only a couple of moments. Bang! 1, 2, Ivy. No joy. Stephanie survives. That was an opportunity. What time are we starting on Saturday? I don't know yet, but I've not set up the stream, so I've not looked at it yet. There's a "This is awesome" chant. Right now, we've got a roll up there by Steph. 1, 2, kick out by Ivy. 1, 2. No joy reverse. 1, 2. Kick out. Back and forth between Ivy and Stephanie. Stephanie, lovely pin. That's nice. Into the bridge as well. 2. I gotta tell you, that pin is so good. I think it genuinely is hard for people to kick out of it. Ivy just really struggled getting out of that. Double knees. Bang by Liv. 1, 2. Kick out by both. Yeah, pretty fun. Lovely pace to this. Lovely pace. Alex said, I didn't even realize that Money in the Bank was this weekend. Yeah, it's really come around so fast. Worlds Collide is scheduled for 2 p.m. live on WWE YouTube, says Rhea Blammin' Ripley. I will be doing that. It's going to be a long day on Saturday. We'll probably start just an hour before. I don't know. I don't know if there's a kickoff show. If there's a kickoff show, I like to start at least an hour before that. If there's no kickoff show, we'll start an hour before Worlds Collide. Landing on the feet. Duck underneath. Double knees again there by Liv. She goes back against the ropes. Liv going over. Boom! Down goes Stephanie. Ivy, chuck in, Stephanie out, Ivy trying to pick the bones, 1, 2, and Liv makes the save. Liv makes the save. Liv, throw in, Ivy out the ring, Liv goes out, smashing Ivy into the edge of the ring. Liv goes into the ring steps. Ivy goes down on the outside. Stephanie in the ring. I do think this is quite hard to call. Stephanie picking up. That's the finishing move. Going for the pin. 2, 3. Stephanie gets it. Stephanie qualifies. She's got that awful patch on as well. I just saw it. There's a "We Love Our Truth" sign in the crowds. Hate that move. Sucks. Stephanie wins. So it's going to be Stephanie, Rhea, Alexa, Roxanne, Julia, Naomi. It's a stacked lineup, that is. It's a stacked lineup. You could go, I mean, like Roxanne, Julia, Stephanie, they're all new. Naomi is someone I think they really want to get behind. Alexa, I don't think she's winning. I don't think it'll be Alexa. She's the one I feel probably most confident about. Here's Heyman. Heyman is approaching AJ Styles. Yeah, let's get the match scores in for that. Okay, he wishes AJ a happy birthday. I brought you a gift. Information is currency. That's interesting. That's a good line, isn't it? Information is currency. The Intercontinental title needs a phenomenal champion like you. It's too much. Where's this going? Forget Money in the Bank. That's his advice. Forget Money in the Bank. Shouldn't he give him some money or something instead, or? Are you tired of chasing that meal ticket? I bet you thought I was going to buy what you're selling. I don't respond well to threats. If you try and push me out, I'll push back. Tell Seth I know all about his plan. Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. There we go. So that's our qualifying match tonight. El Grande against AJ Styles against CM Punk. I don't really get that segment, honestly. I don't really understand. He kind of just went up to him and said, don't bother with Money in the Bank. But he's in the match later. I mean, of course he's going to bother with Money in the Bank. I think we're at commercial break. Here comes El Grande. Well, Chad Gable. But El Grande. They could really pull the trigger on Steph already and have her win the briefcase, said Maka. I think they really like her, and they gave her the option of going straight to the main roster. So it's a weird one, honestly, where you wouldn't normally, but I think they really like her. I think they really, really like her, and I think that, if you look at how quickly they move with Stephanie, it's not impossible. To be honest, if you go with Julia, Stephanie, or Roxanne, you're moving really quick. You're moving really quick. So here he is talking about Grande Americano. Chad saying that Grande is going to punch his ticket. Austin, hello. Hope you're well, buds. Django said someone's going to interfere with the Punk Americano Styles match. I guarantee it. Corey said, I'm going to be hoping in a bit because I've got to go to baseball. In regards to interference, I think there could be quite a bit. Yeah, you could have Braun and you could have Bronson trying to cost CM Punk. I wonder if Sammy and Jay are actually going to come to his aid. I wonder if Punk gets it because Sammy and Jay help him. Vikingo against Chad Gable. That's at Worlds Collide. I wonder why it's Vikingo against Chad and not Vikingo against El Grande. Do you think it's because El Grande is a bit disrespectful? I don't know. I wonder why they've decided to do it against Chad and not against El Grande. That's what she said. Shout out to you. Firing in a Wrestling Daze membership. Really appreciate that, buds. Thank you, my friends. Daze, 100% we see a Devil's Kiss on a ladder this weekend. Oh, imagine that. Imagine that. A Devil's Kiss on a ladder. Let's go. Definitely down for exploring some different Devil's Kisses. I'm sure Booker would be down for exploring some different Devil's Kisses as well. It's not going to hit the same without Booker going, Oh, yeah. Right, we are in Tulsa at the Bock Center. Michael Cole, of course, wearing his vest top. Salanan said, this isn't a one-off call-off for Stephanie like the Rumble. She is on Raw now. Wouldn't that negate the NXT stuff? Wouldn't that negate the NXT stuff? What do you mean by that, buds? What do you mean that it would negate the NXT stuff? Days, if Stephanie main events Mania, they'll bring Booker out to commentate like they did for JR with Undertaker. That'd be great. It might be lost, though, because there's lots of fans that don't watch NXT. So that would be great for the hardcore fans, but I don't think the casuals would really be that bothered. We'd love it, though. And we're all that matters. Miro talking right now is speaking to Sheamus. I was just like you. A body of granite, but a neck of sand. You are a true legend. After everything we've been through, it'll be my honor to take you off the field and send you home like the hero you are. There's some respect there. So Miro with some words for Sheamus. Here's Sheamus. There's something really special about Alpha Academy, says Sheamus. I hate this version of Natty. Really appreciate that, Sheamus. This version of Maxine has impressed me a lot lately. We want that badass Natty that we see at Bloodsport. Kathy here, just to have a few words with Sheamus. Almost had 50 minutes of this show, you know. Oof. His career outside of WWE lasted about as long as Rusev Day. Someone needs to put some manners on him. Here's a message. I bully bullies. It's a good line, that is. I actually like that. I bully bullies. I like that. Okay, Judgment Day. What's this about? Finn Balor and JD. No sign of Dominic. Obviously no sign of Carlito. So these guys coming down on their own. I don't think we see Carlito. I don't think we see him. Representing Judgment Day. Okay, so these guys have made their way down. Def Rebel probably thought they cooked with this one. They probably think they cook with all of them. Okay, so War Raiders, Judgment Day. That match coming up next. War Raiders versus Judgment Day. Right, this new song sucks. I don't disagree. They don't even have them in the graphic, says Corey. The theme just does not fit. So, I mean, I'm reading between the lines here, and it seems like people aren't crazy on the new theme. New Day are coming out, actually. New Day are making their way out. Do you know what? This theme has actually grown on me a little bit. I'm not going to lie. Not loads. I don't love it, but it's grown on me a little bit, this New Day theme. So, New Day tag champs making their way down to the ring. I'm guessing they're going to jump onto commentary. Yeah, making their way down to the ring. Daze, if you bully a bully, doesn't that make you a bully? I think so. But I'm all right with that, to be honest. I mean, I tend to just pick on, like, weak kids. So it's kind of interesting to hear of someone picking on bullies. I've never really thought about that. So I actually think fair play, honestly. It's a different approach than what I do. I just try and find the weakest kids possible and just go after them. So, respect. I've got nothing but respect, really, for... It probably means that I am in Sheamus's firing line, but... yeah, if you bully a bully, you are a bully yourself. Which I think means then, does that mean Sheamus has to go after himself? Is that how that works? Does he, like, berate himself in the mirror and, like, oh... But that's a vicious circle, isn't it? Because if he bullies himself, he has to go after himself. There's no escape. It just constantly keeps going round. God, no wonder he's so unhappy. He's in this horrible vortex that he just cannot get out of. Right, here is the War Raiders. War. If bullies get bullied, it's called justice. Said that's what she said. Well, yeah, maybe. I think life's hard and it's worth learning that lesson when you're young. I'm joking, of course. For a second, did start worrying people might be taking what I say seriously. No one should ever do that. No one should ever make that mistake. Alex said, this is the 20th time that we've seen this match this year alone. Yeah, it doesn't feel that special, does it? I'm not sat here like, right, guys, here we go. Oh, my God, this is going to be insane. Sort of ready for this to end already, to be honest. But, you know, whatever. James says, I bully dumbasses. Well, you should have a field day on flipping social media. An absolute field day. Okay, War Raiders making their way down to the ring, jumping inside the ring. And we're going to be underway with this very, very soon. This week is full of action, said All Game. Monday Night Raw, NXT, Evolve, TNA, TNA Against All Odds, SmackDown, Worlds Collide, Money in the Bank. It is a pretty full-on week, isn't it? Very exciting. Well, I don't even know what they're on about. Michael Cole talking about them being at some sort of Hall of Fame, and R-Truth. Got R-Truth on the brain. Kofi's like, that happened last year. Okay, honestly, this match is not the most captivating. This is a great opportunity for this crowd to be chanting for R-Truth. What's up, chants? There are truth chants. Yeah, honestly, this is not the kind of match that's going to hold attention. Yeah, some what's up chants. No mention of truth by CM Punk. That was not a surprise, but New Day suck chants. New Day suck chants. Kofi's like, we're not even in the match and they're chanting for us. Into the corner. I can hear my dog lightly snoring, says Rob. We want truth, says Liam. This is a bathroom break match, said Jesse. Fans are waiting to take over. This is the match where they would likely do it. I can understand them not doing it during CM Punk. I can understand them not doing it during a really fun triple threat. But honestly, this tag match, if you're going to chant R-Truth, this is a golden opportunity to really make your voice heard here. Shot coming in. There are some in the community thinking that WWE are sweetening the sound, turning down the chants. Ivar planting JD, going against the ropes, charging over, and down goes Finn Balor. Going up over the top to the outside. To the outside. Oh my God. Yeah, he just goes against the table. I think he's okay. Oh, well, he's not now. Finn Balor's been dumped on top of JD. War Raiders are fired up. War Raiders are... Ivar getting picked up. He's going to be slammed down. Oh, my God. Why are we doing this to JD? Jesus. We know that his flipping ribs are made of glass. Right now, JD almost getting thrown at the New Day. Xavier falls down, goes down. Actually, War Raiders didn't do anything. Here we go, New Day coming over. You and you, out of there! You're out of there! New Day removed from the ringside area. You're out of there! Na 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 na. Hey, 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 goodbye. Crowd are chanting, you suck. New Day are going through the timekeepers area and are leaving the ringside area. Days, 3 more predictions. TKO get TKO'd by the fans in a massive social media strike. Kenny Omega questions Tony Khan's leadership. And Tommy Toy Travels goes to a live musical. Hannah, hello. Hope you're well. Trini said, I actually don't think WWE is editing sounds, but I do think they're encouraging the chance to change it. It went from what's up to New Day sucks, so there is some manipulation afoot. I must admit, I am a little disappointed with this crowd. I don't know if it is sound sweetening or manipulation, or I don't know what tactics are being employed, but I think there's been opportunity for them to make their voices heard louder than they have. I do think that's a bit of a problem where you've got so many families. I think there's, to be honest, a lot of kids in the crowd, a lot of families in the crowd that are not there to like chant for R-Truth. They're there to see their favourites and have a good time. So I think there is some noise, and there's definitely chants, and we've had What's Up chants and We Want Truth chant, but not to the point where it's like derailing the show or even remotely close to that, you know? Which is, you know, a shame. You'd like the chants to be a bit louder. You'd like that message to be a bit louder, but as you said, maybe there's some dark arts that have been employed. Or maybe the crowd just isn't that fired up. MLW Flash, shout out to you, my friend, firing in some memberships, gifted memberships. Appreciate it, buds. Right now, we've got Ivar against the ropes, and we've got like a drive-by there by JD. Finn Balor going for the cover. 2, no joy. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. I think part of the problem is that the War Raiders here are just not that hot. They're not that over. They're not that popular. So you've got Judgment Day as the heels, but the baby faces people just don't massively care about. Again, no disrespect, but it's just the truth. People I just don't think are that engaged. Right now, JD is keeping Ivar down in the ring, and I think we're at commercial break at the moment. Crowd are applauding away. as JD is keeping Ivar down, keeping him grounded. Working on the neck. Ivar trying to find a way of getting back up to his feet. Again, it's times like this where the crowd could be all over R-Truth chants. But we're coming back from commercial break and there's not been any sign of any. Not during that ad break. Okay, we are back to the action, and as we said, we are underway with War Raiders Judgment Day. We've already had one of our triple threats to find who's going to qualify for Money in the Bank. It was Stephanie that was victorious. And we are underway right now with, oh, lovely work there by JD. Kick out. Right. Days, Worlds Collide is at 8 p.m. UK time. That's 3 p.m. Eastern. It doesn't look like there's no pre-show. Oh, right. Off the top of my head then, because I've not looked, so I appreciate that info. If it starts at 8, because it's going to be a long night with Money in the Bank after, it's probably not wise to start 2 hours before Worlds Collide. That could change. I could change my mind. But I think going from Worlds Collide, going into Money in the Bank, we know that my voice is flipping more fragile than a glass swan. So, I don't know why I went with swan, but I did. It's more fragile than a glass hammer. So, yeah, it probably makes sense to start the hour before. I always like to start. I don't want to just start when the show starts. So, it looks like we could start 2 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. UK time on Saturday. Just go straight through, really. I might do it as 2 separate streams because I'll need to have the graphics for Worlds Collide. So we might do it as 2 separate streams, but I can't see there being much of a gap between them when we end the Worlds Collide one and start the Money in the Bank one. Clothesline there by Eric as JD goes to the outsides. Matt said, I'm disappointed R-Truth's been released. It's not fair to him. I enjoyed watching him. He was so talented. I enjoyed his promos. A lot of people feeling that pain, buds. A lot of people feeling that frustration. You're definitely not alone. 2. Balor kicks out. Balor kicks out. So Finn Balor is grabbing a hold of his throat at the moment. This match is continuing. As Balor is trying to find a way back up to his feet. Picked up on the shoulders of Ivar. JD pulling. Oh, Balor planting him down. Going for the cover. 2. Kick out. Kick out. When I'm bored with a match, I just switch tabs and I just listen to Daze, says Pooter. Pooter, shout out to you, bud. JD on the outsides. Daze, would we rather get Cena versus Truth as title versus career match? The only problem with that, no, I wouldn't have done that. The problem with that is that I think we all know that R-Truth's not going to be champion. So I think we know we would go into that thinking, is R-Truth going to leave? I think you would need it so that it would be something like, if R-Truth wins, John Cena has to give Cody a title match at Money in the Bank. Yeah? So, do you know what I mean? Like, Cody gets his rematch for Money in the Bank if R-Truth wins. If John Cena wins, then R-Truth has to leave WWE or something like that. And I think then that would have been quite close. I think then we would have been a bit unsure which way it would have gone. And actually, Truth just winning it, you know? And then, you know, big shock, John Cena wins. That, if you'd have done something like that, I could have got behind it. If it had been title versus career, I don't think anyone would have looked at that R-Truth's winning the belt. Coup de grace, Roxanne getting involved. 1, 2, 3. It's a win for the Judgment Day thanks to Roxanne getting involved. So Roxanne has just helped Judgment Day. Okay, so Stephanie bang, bang, bang. Versus Liv versus Ivy. If I'm Ivy, I'm a bit concerned because where's her push going to come from? Where's her momentum going to come from? Okay, I can tell you our opening match got great 57. I'm not expecting this one to do as well. But it is some interference there by Roxanne Perez. Look at that, Roxanne with a little smile on her face. She's applauding Judgment Day. She's caused, look at that, Finn Balor's like, yeah, good work. Oh, here's Becky. I've only been back 6 weeks. Lyra has become an echo chamber for the ignorant and morally confused. That's a hell of a line. She's forgotten everything I've ever done for her. That's a hell of a line. So, Becky video package right now, just talking about Lyra. Money in the Bank, Lyra's in a lose-lose situation. I think she could lose her championship. We could get rid of Charlotte and bring back Truth. She's got lame and unreal, said Ice Vamp. Please don't put Roxanne in Judgment Day. I'd much rather have Carlito, said Wrestling Russ. Shockwave said, Daze, all the matches are going to be good. Or okay. Okay, there is Lyra backstage. We're going to be hearing from Lyra next. She looks very fired up, very focused, very determined. Lyra Valkyria making her way to the ring, the Women's Intercontinental Champion. She's got a match with Becky Lynch this weekend. Days as time passes, I wonder when the end would be for people like Kofi, Miz, Sheamus, who have had long careers. Unfortunately, it seems that time could be soon. Could be soon. New Day saying to Grayson, Theory is holding you back. That's interesting. So they've just said to Grayson, you know what you've got to do. You've got to get rid of him just like we did with Big E. Hey, that was during commercial break. That's really interesting. New Day have got a problem with the Judgment Day, so they said they would love to give the Creeds a shot, but... Julius is pretty fired up, isn't he? Yeah, that's good. Oh, Chad says New Day sucks. They're not happy that they're not being given opportunity. So, there we go. So, yeah, that was really interesting hearing New Day talking to... really interesting hearing New Day talking to Grayson, because we've seen them having conversations in the background and we didn't know what it was about, and now we've just got to listen in and find out. And so basically we now know that they're basically saying to him, drop Theory, he's holding you back, you can do better than Austin Theory. So, yeah, that's kind of interesting. I actually thought Grayson was the one that was talking to them about something, but it seems like they're the ones talking to him. So, a little bit of clarity provided there. Connor said, New Day sucks. I would rather get commercials during matches instead of backstage segments, said Wrestling Russ. Do you know, I do find that a bit strange that they do moments like that which are kind of important, you know? They do moments like that I think do add something to the show, and that you miss those during commercial breaks. I mean, that wasn't completely irrelevant. What, that little Grayson New Day thing, you know? Okay, we're back in 7 seconds. These top women do it to themselves. Becky is not as bad as Mercedes. If anyone deserves Hogan after their name, it would be Mercedes Hogan Monet. Dean said, I'm looking forward to Saturday. It happens every Monday, said Wrestling Russ. I hate when they do all that stuff during the commercial breaks. It's annoying, said Steve. I suppose I would imagine that stuff finds a way of getting into like social media kind of exclusive type stuff. I'd imagine in their mind, internationally see it live, and in America you get it as like a social media exclusive. We're backstage with Stephanie. Stephanie qualifying. Oh. Here is Rhea. That's a different look for Rhea, isn't it? She's normally in black. Oh my God, I didn't know that Rhea knew what colours were. She's wearing a red top. Rhea shaking Stephanie's hand. Okay, here comes... Woo! Here comes Lyra. Here comes Lyra. Dun, 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 dun. She's very focused. Lyra making her way down to the ring. She seems really annoyed. Really annoyed. Jumps over the top rope. Da-da-dun. Woo! Da-da-dun. Woo! Da-da-dun. 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 She's in a match this weekend. Okay, here we go. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, she's upset about that promo. How about you stop being such a coward and get out here so that I can say what I need to say? And Becky does. Becky's music hits. Here comes the man. Becky on her way out. She's got a little smirk on her face. Little smirk. Lyra is gone as well. Like, everyone had such high hopes for Indy, says William. Hello, William. Hope you're well. Becky making her way down to the ring then. Lyra Valkyria used to look up to Becky, says Michael. Shut up. You've said your piece. I tell you one thing about Lyra, she is not struggling under this spotlight, is she? Becky's come walking out and she immediately goes, no, 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 you've said your piece. Like, she is in control. Anger. Lyra says she's changed. She's angry now. No one has hurt me the way you've hurt me. By trying to hold me down, all you've done is unlock the side of me that's capable of destroying you. I'm going to ensure you don't ever get a chance to poison what it means to be Intercontinental Champion. I think you want an excuse to hate me. Because you want to replace me. But no one can, says Becky. Becky said, I didn't want to hurt you. I wanted to make you better. Oh, yeah, that's good stipulation, actually. She's got to raise her hand if she wins. Let's give Tulsa a preview. Becky going back. See you in Los Angeles. That's such a wrestling trope, isn't it? Lyra chasing after Becky. Walloping her in the back. They're fighting in the entranceway. Big shots coming in there by Lyra. They're brawling in the entranceway. Knee to the midsection there by Lyra. Referees coming out trying to separate these two, and they do. Honestly, I don't mind that segment. I don't mind that segment at all. Never touch my title again. So, Women's Intercontinental Championship match. Hey, do you remember when we used to have world title matches and we used to struggle for like a secondary story in the women's division? That is the great thing about these mid-card belts, is they are giving us stories outside of the world titles. It's more opportunity for women. Let's go. Tulsa is a much better place to live than Los Angeles, said Wrestling Russ. Why are they showing us this basketball stuff? Why am I watching this? Why do I give a flip about this? They've got some exclusive merch. Why would WWE... What? I don't just... Whatever. I don't care. So they've got a Tyrese Halliburton shirt for absolutely no reason on WWE Shop. Please buy it. Please buy it. Because if we sell this, then we'll do other things that have got nothing to do with wrestling. Please buy it. Okay, here's Penta. Penta talking about Money in the Bank. No one is as hungry as Penta. Money in the Bank is my destiny. Okay. Pretty standard stuff, honestly. See you at Money in the Bank. Daze, Dark Side of the Ring was fun. What was it? There's Jay, there's Sammy. Sammy's got glasses on as well that says Sammy. So Jay has got some that say Yeet. And Sammy has got some that say Sammy. Love that. Both of them making their way through the crowds. Sammy is dancing away. Knock him down like this. Hey, hey. There's a kid. Sammy hasn't grabbed a kid to yeet with him. Heel turn. There we go. It's right there in front of your eyes. Heel turn confirmed. Jay grabs the kids. Sammy didn't, though. Right, these two come in through the crowd. Sign in the crowd says Yeet 405. And there we go. We got some more kids yeeting away. I mean, look at all the kids here. To be honest, if you was going to buy tickets and you had a kid, you'd definitely... I'd imagine the price of those seats might have gone up. You know, the little strip by that walkway because of what Jay does now. I wonder if those are more expensive because the demand for those are quite high because everyone knows Jay walks out down there. Knock him down like this. Let's go. Yeet. Even the bananas are having a good time. Even the bananas are having a good time. Yeets. Yeets. Right. Dark Side was about Hassan asked Guerrero to stop using his finisher, the clutch, even though Guerrero's father invented that move. So Hassan got sent to wrestler's court afterwards. Huh? That's interesting. Was it all about Muhammad Hassan? Metal Mama said, do people not teach their kids how to yeet before they go to the wrestling? Well, the nerves might be playing a part, Metal Mama. You got to think the kids, you know what I mean? They might know how to yeet, but I mean, oh my God, there's Jay. You got to, do you know what I mean? There might be a bit of nerves that go in. Should I, shouldn't I? I'm not as down on Metal Mama's always that way, very down on the kids. They're just trying their best. They're just trying their best. They're just trying their best to yeet away. It's okay if they don't succeed. Guys, if you're watching and you give something a good go and you try your best, that's all you can ask, really. That's what I say. That's what I've always said. It's not what Metal Mama says. It's succeed or get out. Get out. You failed. But that's a lesson that does need to be taught as well, to be honest. I mean, if you're an air traffic controller, do you know what I mean? Trying your best is not kind of the mark, is it really? I do expect you to succeed. Right, here is Sammy and Jay. Those banana dudes are hilarious, said Cameron. Jay, Sammy in the ring. Daze, yeah, it was Muhammad Hassan. It was the season finale. I suggest that you see it. He's an Italian-American principal. He does not suck, says Tony. Knock him down like this. Right, crowd is still yeeting away. Let's get the match score for that tag match. I really feel like we got to about the 50-minute mark. We've had about 35 minutes now that sort of drifted a little bit. I didn't mind the Lyra Becky stuff. But, yeah, sort of drifted a little. Judgment Day versus War Raiders, good 94. Sammy and Jay versus Braun and Bronson. Should be a good match, this. They want to go again here. They want to go again. They want to go again. Zoom Station said kids ruined wrestling. Daze, it's because they're not called Dan. Oh, is that it? There's a lack of Dans around. Yeah, makes sense. You don't get too many wrestling fans called Dan. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Metal Mama's just going through a Dan shortage, and now she's taking it out on the kids. Honestly, a lot of people wondered if Sammy was going to turn heel. I don't know that too many of us thought that Metal Mama was going to do it. But here we are. Here we are. Who thought that I would stick up for the kids and be the voice of reason, and yet Metal Mama would be the one that's freaking out just because she's not had her Dan fix? You hate to see it, don't you? It's an excellent point, James. Excellent point. Hannah said, Daze, do they still have Wrestlers Court nowadays? I don't believe so. If not, when did they stop doing it? I heard Taker was the judge. Well, I mean, I think it was basically phased out when Undertaker went part-time. I think it was an Undertaker thing, really. So, I mean, the culture's changed, hasn't it? I mean, honestly, back then, if someone did something wrong, they would relish a wrestler's court. Now, if someone does something wrong, I think all the wrestlers are too timid to actually even speak up. We live in, you know, the world we live in now is a very different world to 20-odd years ago. Very different world. It feels like, you know, people have to walk on eggshells a little bit more now. Whereas back then, you had wrestlers just doing whatever they wanted. Drugs and flipping. Now you've got people playing video games backstage. Whereas 20-odd years ago, it was sex and drugs and rock and roll, wasn't it? So, yeah, I don't think Wrestlers Court kind of fits into the current landscape. AB WWE fan, shout out to you. Here is Paul Heyman making his way out. He is going to be bringing out Braun Breaker and Bronson Reed. Here is big Bronson Reed. Sammy and Jay. There he is. It looks like he's lost a little bit of weight, honestly. He doesn't look as big as he was before. He looks big up top, but he doesn't look quite as big around the midsection. I mean, in all fairness, these two do look like a couple of wrecking balls. Their gear is black with the logos on the gear like grey, black as well. So it's all very, very dark. I think I would have had Sammy in a different gear. Sonia in the crowd said, we want Roman. Bronson looks good, actually. Braun Breaker on the outside. The future. The Ozzilla. The mix of Bronson Reed's theme and Braun Breaker's theme was good, said Logansby. AB said Jey Uso loses that title soon and never wins a world championship again. That probably happens. I don't mind him having his reign, but it won't be long. Jessica said, I miss Roman. Big meaty men slapping meat, said I'm a villain. Yeah, we will be watching that, but we're just doing the wrestling first, bud. We might stick around and watch some of that after, though. The Navaldo said it's not a tsunami anymore, it's a fat wave. Oof, shot to the midsection. Picking up Jay and smashing him down. Braun Breaker throwing in a big shot as Jay goes back to the corner. Take these old dudes out, boys, said Josh. Right now we got Braun Breaker with Jay over by the ropes. Connor said, Daze, do you think we could see John Cena, Jey Uso at some point? Yes. Yes. Triple H should get dog walked, says Jessica. 1, 2, shoulder up. They should name this group Dude Wipes. It's not long until we actually get flipping sponsors sponsoring group names, I'm sure. Guys, this is the Visionaries brought to you by Dude Wipes. These are the Dude Wipe Visionaries. As we go to commercial break. Matt said, Daze, I'm extremely disappointed that R-Truth has been released. He doesn't deserve this treatment. Was a talented wrestler, and I enjoyed the promos. Well, we've spoke extensively about R-Truth. I feel like we did about at least an hour out of the first 2 hours on it. So I don't feel like there's anything more to be said. It is very sad. I understand that he's getting on in age and that he can't do what he could do before, and does the amount of TV time justify the amount of money that he's paid? I mean, all of that is obviously conversation. But, yeah, it's very sad. Obviously, people don't want him to go. They want there to be some loyalty there. I think Bronson was bulking up, casually hitting those tsunamis on some vehicles, says Cameron. The Who review said we got about an hour left to go. Adrian said, did we speak about Valhalla announcing that WWE are not going to renew her contract and that she's going to depart? We touched on it, yes. We didn't really go in too much depth. I don't think it's a massive surprise. I don't think she adds a great deal to the show. I think if you are looking to just kind of get the budget down, Valhalla is someone that, you know, probably is on the chopping block. Again, how much are they being paid? How much do they contribute? If there's a big disparity there, then you're in trouble, honestly. But again, you don't want to see anyone losing their jobs. Evan said there's a whole lot of fake tan going on tonight. Zoom Station said Triple H is terrible at his job, but he gets to keep it. Oh, on the feet. Duck underneath. Against the ropes goes Braun. Gets picked up. Slammed down. WrestleRant said Valhalla. I didn't know that she was still signed. Did you notice Liv's boots had Carlito and Judgment Day names on them? I didn't know. I mean, if she's got the names on her gear, she might not have had chance to, because it was only announced yesterday. Plus, also, she might want to pay a little bit of respect, so it's one of those where it might not really mean a great deal. I certainly don't think she's added it to send any kind of message. In fact, I think we've seen those boots before. And we've seen that before. And we spoke about how Dominic wasn't actually mentioned. I'm done with watching WWE now that Valhalla is gone, said Brett. That's it. That was the final straw for Brony. That was the absolute final straw. Sammy is down. Are they going to do sign-in clauses for release stars, or could they just turn up on TNA and AEW straight away? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if there is a 90-day, 90-day situation. It tends to be 90 days for the main roster, 30 days for NXT. But if your contract just expires, you're not under any deal, are you? So there's not really a deal in place. There's nothing signed. I don't really understand how they can prevent you. If they cut your contracts, there could be a term in there that says, if you're released, you have to, you can't compete for like 90 days anywhere else. But I don't know that they can do that if your contract just comes to an end, because your deal with them has just ended, hasn't it? So it's a good question. I don't quite see how that would work. I don't quite see, if your contract comes to an end, you haven't got a contract. So how is there like a 30-day non-compete? Unless it's just built in that once your contract ends, there is just a built-in 90-day non-compete. Don't know. Good question. Does anyone fancy a banana split? Because of the bananas in the crowd, says Dean. I can't say I've actually thought about that. Kicks coming in. Why have we got bananas? Is there any reason for that? Or where's the Savannah bananas? How far are they away from Tulsa? I don't know. Is that a connection? Why are they dressed as bananas? Perhaps it's because they're bananas. They're crazy guys. They're wacky. Shot coming in there by Jay. And again, Jay unloading on Braun. Oh, little bit of rhythm, little bit of... Whoop, bang. Down he goes. Days, I'm currently watching my TV on silent because my girlfriend is asleep next to me. So your commentary is helping in my headphones. Paul, shout out to you, my friends. Right now we got Jay up top. Braun moving out the way. Coming in on the shoulders. And, oh, gut check. Lovely. 1, 2, shoulder up. Braun breaker in control. As Jay gets his shoulder up. And don't forget, Sammy said earlier tonight that they were going to deal with Bronson and Braun. I mean, obviously, getting the win doesn't do that. You've kind of got to wear them down and make it so physically they're not going to be able to get involved later. So if I'm Sammy, the win obviously matters, but it's not the most important thing. 1, 2, shoulder up. Loud crowd for Jay, you know. Loud crowd for Jay. We was watching Money in the Bank 2010 yesterday, and it was Usos versus Hart Dynasty. And oh my God, no one cared. The crowd were dead, mate. Not a single chant or cheer or anything. It was stone quiet. And now here, like, this is the most energized I think I've heard the crowd all night. Big Bronson Reed with a senton. Shots coming in there by Sammy. Goes back to the corner. Bronson, big splash. Sammy goes down. Days, it's been a while. I hope you're well, said Tyler. I'm doing good, thanks. Hope you're good. Oh, Bronson tries to splash Sammy, but Sammy moves out the way. That match was so dead, said Jennifer. Poppy said, I miss Big Jim. Braun Breaker over the top to the outsides. Cena can't ruin wrestling because Triple H is doing too good of a job at it, says Job. Here we go, against the ropes goes Jay. Through the ropes, onto Sammy. Down goes Bronson, down goes Braun. Down goes Jay, down goes Sammy, down goes everyone. Oh, Seth. I wasn't expecting this. Seth has just come out and hit a curb on Jay. Oh, my God. Seth, here's Sammy. Well, that has prevented Sammy and Jay from beating up on Bronson and Braun. That means that they are still going to be a factor. Oh, this is a problem. This is a big problem. So Jay and Sammy are going to have got the win, but right now, Sammy is being held on this commentary table. If he hits this is going to be a big problem. It's going to be a huge problem. Bang! There's Punk. Punk with a chair. Punk with a chair. My God, did you see that? He chucked it right at the head of Big Bronson Reed. Look at this. CM Punk and Seth staring at each other. Crowd are chanting for CM Punk. Seth gets out the ring. Yeah, I love that. I love how he chucked the chair at Big Bronson Reed. Bronson coming round. Well, Braun and Bronson are still going to be a problem and still going to be a factor when we get to this main event match. But so are Sammy and Jay. Okay. We know where he's going to be later. We've got him right where we want him. Trust me. We know where he's going to be later. It's adding more fuel to that main event. who is gonna qualify. Did you hear about the Eleanor Black Cora interview? She said she nearly died in an ectopic pregnancy, whatever that means, during her time in WWE. I haven't, honestly, I haven't heard anything out of that. I believe it was it Ariel Hawani? Okay, we're with, no Carlito. No Carlito. Yeah, no sign of Carlito. We've just got Raquel, JD, Finn. I see what you're doing, says Liv. Liv saying to Finn, I see what you're doing. I wondered if there might be a little reference to Carlito somewhere, but... Imagine Roxanne wins Money in the Bank. Seems like you've got everything planned. You can trust Dom. Said no one ever. Trust will come with time. If you want Roxanne around, how about you babysit her? Water under the bridge. They were just talking about Dom. Why was he there? No mention of Carlito. Obviously no sign of Carlito, but no mention of Carlito. Just like R-Truth, no mention of R-Truth on the show. No thank you to R-Truth or anything. The cold shoulder continues from TKO. Here's Kyrie. Dom wearing a Carlito shirt. Oh, did he? Oh, I didn't even notice. Daze, the Demon Lunchbox was in the clubhouse. It always has been, but... It has been for a long time. Months and months and months and months and months and months and months. Daze, you almost got it. They are dressed as bananas because the Savannah Bananas have got 2 games in Charlotte this week, which is where R-Truth is from. So it's their way of sticking it to WWE. Well, I bet TKO is trembling. With protests like that. My God. I'd imagine TKO are reconsidering their position as we speak. Last time it was in the forefront, he returned. It's been months, honestly. It's irrelevant. People have spoke about the lunchbox before. And it's been there. Honestly, I don't even know if you go back at 12 months ago, you might even see it. So I don't see any connection. Any word on Asuka? Only that she's back training and should be back soon. Right. Kyrie in the ring. Are we at commercial break, are we? Yeah, we are. Why do people take Dave Meltzer as a source, says Sean. Well, he gets mixed results, doesn't he? Sometimes he can come through with stuff, but obviously the times he doesn't, people are very loud in kind of making it known. Here's Raquel making her way down. Hank and Tank getting paired with Goldberg would save WWE, says Brony. Wrestling Russ said Carlito responded in a funny way that his contract ends in a few weeks. His response was hilarious. There are no sour grapes. Hannah said, in a what-if situation, if a wrestler is 60, looks young and still wrestles young and makes a ton of money, should they be in the main event scene for a world title? Yeah. Yeah, I've got no issue with that. If they can still work and move and operate and draw money and all of that, I mean, age is nothing but a number. I think if you was to deny that person just because they're 60, just because of their age, then that is ageism. I mean, that is obviously a problem. The only counterpoint, the only thing that I'd be willing to listen to in that regard is if someone said, well, we can't invest in them, even though they're ticking all the boxes, because unfortunately, we don't know how much longer they'll be with us. I mean, the average age of a male is, 77? So, I don't know, when might you see that decline? Not that they're going to die, but, clearly if they're still wrestling and they're good at the age of 60 and everything's fine, you're not going to get probably 10 years out of them. Does it make more sense to put someone in that spot that's 25 that you could get 20 years out of? You ain't getting 20 years out of a 60-year-old. So that would be the only kind of argument. And maybe there could be a bit of a health thing. There's a word that's on her ring gear, and I don't know what that word means. I don't remember seeing it before. What does chinogona mean, or whatever it is? Does anyone know what that means on Raquel's gear? Drop kick as Raquel goes to the outsides. But yeah, if they can still draw money and good money, like main event money, and they are still able to compete at a highest level, I mean, it's hard to believe that would happen for a 60-year-old. Certainly if you've been competing a long time, I've got to think your body's pretty beat up. But yeah, I wouldn't have any problems with them being in that spot. Kyrie down. I only want Paige or AJ Lee back for a women's return, said Jess. I think we all know that Roxanne's going to get involved here, says Macca. Chigona is Spanish for badass, said El Leon. Right. Thank you, buds. I don't remember seeing that on her gear before. Matty said, fun fact, Howdy had a green mask for 9 months and we never saw a vignette with it. 1 week it took with his new WWE with the new one, and WWE seems confident with this one, says Matty. Matty, shout out to you, buds. Going for the cover, 1, 2, and shoulder up there by Kyrie. Daze, MJF and Becky are in Happy Gilmore too, says let him in. Eleanor Blank is raked in 48,000 her first day for her VIP OnlyFans. That's a good day, that, isn't it? That's a great day. We want truth chants. There we go. And actually, yeah, we love our truth. We want truth chants. Raquel just stopped momentarily, sort of looked out at the crowds. But unfortunately, the crowd have kind of stopped again and it's died again. But there were some we want truth chants. They're not muting the crowd, though, because you can still hear their reactions. The annoying thing is that I think there is like a few people there that are going to chant this, but it just really quickly dies. Okay, it's come back again, though. We want our truth. There we go. We want our truth. But it dies again. There's just no momentum behind the chants, is there? It feels like there is a small section that are ready to chant this, but the majority of the crowd are just not getting with it. That's how it feels. What's up, chants? But again, the majority of the crowd don't get with it. Mate, I'd be pulling my hair out. If I was one of the part of that section that was trying to chant for our truth and the majority of the fans just aren't joining in, I'd be pulling my hair out. I'd be like, what are we meant to do? Just keep trying. Just keep plugging away. Just keep trying. Chop's coming in again. It's because the staff is shutting them down. How are the staff shutting them down? If this crowd was to unite and start chanting, you would hear it. They're not muting the crowd because I can still hear them cheering whenever there's a move. I can still hear the fans. Plus also I can see their mouths. If this crowd wanted to make their voice heard, they could make their voice heard. I'm not willing to accept that this crowd is being manipulated on any kind of large scale. Because I can see with my own eyes that the crowd are not getting with it. I can hear chants that are starting and then just fizzling out. Here's EO coming down because Liv was getting involved. Shots coming in there by EO. Liv going into the side of the ring. Mitchell said, odds are the majority of the crowd don't know that Truth was released and they've got no idea what's going on. I think there's a lot of families as well, honestly, and I think a lot of the parents on board, and you could be right. There could be a lot of kids that haven't heard that news. Kyrie manages to get the win over Raquel. Kyrie getting the victory. That match had more kind of R-Truth chance attempts than I think any match we've had so far. Kind of shows how the crowd felt about that match. Okay, we're backstage with Sammy. Here's Carrion. He seems to be engaged in a little story with Sammy at the moment. What's your problem with me? I think you're a liar. You're not a good guy. You're a bad guy. I might be wrong or I might be right. Okay, we're building to that main event. Truth will hopefully be on a Legends contract. Why would they release him, said Lance. Well, I don't know why they wouldn't just give him a Legends contract. Why would the news not be that R-Truth's performing contract has come to an end and they've put him on a Legends deal instead? That's not the news, though. Instead, he said that he'd been released and there's no word of any Legends deals at the moment. Julia just doing a little vignette. There's a lot of Truth chants and what's up chants. I was talking to my brother when we were here about Truth being released. We both thought this would happen. It's actually been less than I thought. I honestly am disappointed. I think I was expecting more signs I was expecting louder, more passionate chants. I didn't think that it would disrupt the show, but I really thought that it would be sizable at times. But honestly, it's just been... It really feels like there is a section of the crowd that's trying to get something going, and it feels like the majority of the crowd are not going with it. And I can't quite explain as to why. I do wonder if it's a case that there's a lot of kids in the crowds. And maybe it is that not everyone has heard the news. What I can't find is like a big clip of the crowd like, we want truth, we want truth. That's what I was kind of looking for, you know? Okay, I think we're at commercial break, and right now we've got Roxanne being interviewed. Damage Control are going to win the Raw Women's Tag Belts, says A.B. Jobson. I'm not just here to assist. I'm here to take over the entire women's division. There we go. I don't think it's fair to other wrestlers, says Lisa, to have their matches overshadowed by Truth chants. I miss Truth, but it's not the fault of other wrestlers. Connor said, Daze, do you think either one of Seth, Braun, or Bronson might try to interfere? Oh, I think they could all get involved. I think there's going to be a lot of moving parts, yeah. I mean, if we just get the qualifier and there's no outside interference, that'll be really strange, considering they've said how important it is that that CM Punk qualify. So, yeah, Braun, Bronson, Sammy, Jay. Stand a good chance of seeing all of those. We should be going over to that match very, very soon as well, because we've done 2 hours of Raw tonight. Your Mummy Daze said Daze, Rhea, AJ, Liv are wearing red and black for R-Truth tonight. Is that a colour scheme that we associate with him? Made by Dawn said, so far I'm not really wowed by Raw. I started at a 4 and I'm still about there. Yeah, to be honest, I wasn't expecting this to be a great show. It's a go-home show. It's a go-home show. Vikingo. They're just running through the Worlds Collide card, and now we're moving on to Money in the Bank. Something is off about Kyrie. Her stuff looks a little bit sluggish. She looks extremely out of practice. Putting her in there with Raquel won't help much, but she's had a couple of rough outings. AB said Stephanie is going to do double duty on Saturday with the match at Worlds Collide and at Money in the Bank. Good for her. Okay, so they are just showing us the Money in the Bank lineup for the women. That's what she said. Shout out to you. Fired in a membership and fired in 5 gifted memberships. So really appreciate the support, my friends. Nine Dark Holiday said, with this IC ladies match and the ladies Money in the Bank match, I'm afraid that those 2 matches might outshine all of Evolution 2. Well, I don't think Evolution 2's for a while, to be honest. So I don't think that's, you know, if they were on the same day, then that might be a concern. But Evolution 2's not till, is it July? Oh, hello, Gunther mention. When is Evolution 2? July, middle July-ish? July 13th, yeah. I mean, we've still got a month and a half to go, so... I think if they were on, like, you know, the same show, like, or same day, if we were doing, like, Evolution and then doing Money in the Bank after, then I would agree. Is Evolution on the same day as anything else? They're not doing, like, a Worlds Collide Money in the Bank situation, are they? Hopefully it's got its own day and it's breathing on its own. It should do. It's on a Sunday, actually, so... should not be colliding with anything else. Okay, we just got a video package for Jay and Gunther. Is that next week? There he is, the Ring General. Yeah, I think this is next week, isn't it? This title match. Stephanie is going to wrestle twice on Saturday. Yes. In a AAA match and a Money in the Bank match. Yes. Daze, one question. What happened to this company I used to love? It's now a corporate office with just a bunch of cubicles. But I think there was always going to be some change when Vince left. We didn't know what that change was going to be, but there was always going to be some change. And honestly, at first, it felt like that change was a positive one, but I don't feel it's quite as positive right now. I think it's still overall been a positive change, though. Let's not forget that Vince was accused for a long time of being out of touch. I mean, for a long time. So I sort of feel like a bit of a change and a fresh perspective, and 2023 was really good, 2024 was really good, but 2025 has been a bit flat. And the problem is, where you've got a flat show, any frustrations that you've got are obviously going to get highlighted a bit more because the positives won't outweigh the negatives as much. So it's just kind of where we are at the moment. Hopefully this next match is going to be good, though. King Yeti, shout out to you, said, when I heard R-Truth got released, I was like, damn, that's messed up. And then I thought things like that happen and I moved on. All right, so you weren't really too fussed. Yeah, I can understand people being upset. R-Truth is someone people really love. So I get it. Here's Gunther. But King Yeti, if you feel that way, I feel that way. That's how it works. Jay? Is the sound gone? What's happened to the sound? Ah, there it is. I can see you're really trying to be a great champion. Oh, yeah. You refuse to think with your head. You think about it with your heart. Yeah, you can hear you tapped out chants. Ever since that day I lost to you, I knew I would avenge it. You're making it very easy for me. Why is Jay just taking this? Oh, good. Good. He doesn't stop Gunther walking away. One word. Oh, one word. Tap. See you next week. One word. Tap. I thought he was going to go one word, 4 letters, yeet. But instead he went one word, tap. I still hate that happened, but you might as well use it if you are Jay. Right, main event time then, kids. Here is AJ Styles. Money in the Bank qualifying match. Big match. Main event match. We asked the question earlier. You lot were riding with CM Punk. I'm going to ask it again and see if any of your minds have changed. AJ Styles, CM Punk, and Grande. What if Grande? What if it's Grande that goes through after all this? David said, an outstanding promo from Gunther. It was very captivating. Some really good thoughts in there. Daze, it might have been the Boogeyman. He is 60, who is very fit, takes care of his body without stress, and he is a fitness instructor, but he was not the biggest draw. Yeah, he was never that big of a deal. He was just a fun little character. His match quality was never all that either, to be honest. Brony, shout out to you. I don't think Punk winning now. There's going to be too much outside interference, said Jeremy. I could see Grande winning, said Dro, who's number 2 in the game community leaderboard. Actually, I've got Dro at number 1, Dormouse at 2. Your MF at 3. So, shout out to all you guys. I'm saying Punk to win. I'm just hoping that Seth doesn't get his wicked way with him, said Shockwave. Poppy Croc said, I want Finn versus AJ for the IC title. Lot of history that they can touch on. Well, they've faced quite a few times, but that'll be fun to do it for the IC belt. Here's El Grande. From the Gulf of America. They've gone back to Gulf of America. That was Gulf of America, then it was Gulf of Mexico, and it's back to Gulf of America again. El Grande Americano is not Chad Gable's sign. David said, hairy legs, not a turn-off. Call me Valhalla. I don't even understand that, David. El Grande in the ring. Relax Your Soul said, Daze, if you had a piece of memorabilia and WWE wanted it, would you give up the item? If you watch Andre Treasures, one guy kept Andre's passport, another guy made Big Show bid for a mask. Yeah, I've seen that Most Wanted Treasures show. It's good. If I had an item that WWE wanted, well, I'm guessing I've bought that item. So, you know, I'd like to ideally at least get my money back for it if I'm giving it to WWE, a company that's flipping drowning in money. So I don't know that I would be willingly just giving it up if it's in my collection. But Yeah, I'd be if WWE wanted it and said they were gonna put it on display and all the fans could enjoy it and everything. Yeah, I'm not selfish. I'd be willing to do a deal. I'd ideally just want to get my money back for it. I wouldn't want to be out of pocket on it, but I don't think that's unreasonable. But I wouldn't be looking to like rinse WWE. Do you know what I mean? It's not like I'd have an item that cost $1,000 and I'd be charging them $100,000 or something like that. I'd want to get my grand back, or if it's kind of gone up and it's worth 1.5, 2 now. Don't know, something like that. See what they say. I don't think that's unreasonable. Why should people be out of pocket rather than WWE who want to buy these items back, Here's CM Punk. Austin said, I think it's still good to be honest, Trini. They just need to give him a feud. I don't know why they've not done him AJ. Who's this? I'm from the Gulf of the UK, said Shockwave. El Grande wins or we riot, said your folks Nem. This match should be fun, says AB. Daze, the top 5 biggest names in WWE: Roman, Seth, Punk, Cena, Cody. Do you agree or disagree? I would think it would be about that. Jay would be up there. Rhea might be up there, but yeah, as a rough ballpark, yeah, I would think it's about that. Do you think Bayley costs Becky the IC title? Yes. If I've got to say yes or no, I'm going to say yes. I do think there is a chance that Becky gets it and then Bayley comes back and challenges for it. I think that's also a way, but I'm quite into keeping it on Lyra, honestly. I'm really not looking for a Becky IC title run at this point. I don't know where that would leave Lyra. Okay, Americano versus Punk versus AJ. We are up and running. We are underway with this main event triple threat. I can't see Punk winning this, said Tokens Worlds. I think if I look on Gunther, he's still strong. I think he's fine. I do agree that Jay tapping him was a bad look. I didn't understand that. I agree. I mean, look, I still love Gunther. He's still got credibility, but him tapping has definitely weakened him. He's definitely lost a little something as a result. I mean, you've got to tell stories with these characters. I do understand. I just don't know why they didn't have him just lose the belt. What was the positive? What was the upside in having him tap? What was the logic? I mean, of all the finishes, they went with that one, but why? As I said, was it because they wanted him to freak out on the commentators, so they really wanted to give him something to freak out about? My counter to that would be, I think he could still have done that just by losing the title. Knee there by CM Punk. I really don't think the tap out was needed. I'm still waiting for a good enough reason to present itself. In the corner goes AJ. Jake said, I'm sending this to help Daze pay for R-Truth's OnlyFans. Is that what he's going to do? Is he going off to do OnlyFans? Well, I think we should all subscribe to show support if that's the case. I think it's an absolute must that this community subscribe to R-Truth's OnlyFans. Soon we will get the answer to the question, what's up? CM Punk trying to pull on the mask of El Grande. El Grande still on the edge of the ring as CM Punk. Oh, there we go. Crashes down onto CM Punk. CM Punk goes down. El Grande charging over. Collides into AJ. There we go. El Grande. Right. Penta is going to interfere after El Grande uses that metal plate. CM Punk is going to win, which is going to set up AJ, Sammy, and Carrion arc. Said your folks' name. Crowd are booing away as El Grande is in control. Right now, we've got El Grande going over. Shot coming into the midsection. Chop coming in there by CM Punk. Another chop coming in. El Grande is in the ring. CM Punk rolls in. El Grande grabbing him. Dragging him over. Chop coming in there by El Grande. So right now we got CM Punk down. Omos and Tongaloa are the saviors of WWE, said Austin. It's a bit flat at the moment, what with it being a commercial break. We got 30 odd seconds to go. The crowd's going to erupt with Golf of Telford chants. Let's go. We are about to come back. Shots coming in there by Grande. AB said, I understand and get why they didn't renew Truth, but they were very sudden with it. Another shot coming in, and again there by CM Punk is battling in the corner with Grande. After watching the Omos Chris Van Vliet interview, I like that guy. Daze, do we think these two matches should be added onto the Money in the Bank lineup? War Raiders New Day. Not fussed. Seth Breaker and Reed versus Punk Sammy J. No, because isn't Seth in the Money in the Bank qualifier? CM Punk's up in the corner. I miss doing the yeah every week. Is he injured? Said Alex. I believe he is, actually. I think he is out with the injury at the moment. Omos is making coffees in catering, said Shockwave. Right now, we've got shot coming in there by Punk. And again, Netbreaker. Daze, wasn't there a time that Kurt Angle tapped out? Yeah, but, I mean, like, it's going to happen. Yeah, I understand that Gunther, you know, is not going to go throughout his whole career without, like, you know, doing stuff like that. Like, I get it, but I just don't see why it was necessary. He'd already lost the title. Him losing the title is fine. Why did you need to go that extra step? What was the point in that? Like, if someone can justify it and tell me what purpose it serves, then I can maybe get with it. But, I mean, you're already taking the title off him. So why are you also adding that extra level of embarrassment? I mean, people could say it's because Jay wanted to get his revenge on Gunther after what Gunther had done to Jimmy. But my counter to that would be, well, you're getting the belt off him. If it was a one-on-one match and there was no title involved, maybe then I could understand. Maybe then the win wouldn't just be enough. But it's not just a win, is it? You got the belt off him as well. Like, you stopped him being world champion. You ended his world championship reign. Like, why did you have to go that extra step as well and embarrass him? I don't understand. Maybe the argument is that you wanted to build up frustration. But again, you took the belt off him. Here we go. There's a "We Want Truth" chant that's broke out, and it's a little bit better. It's died again, though. That one felt like it had a bit more momentum. It's kind of like whenever that guy holds up the "We Want Truth" sign, we actually get, it kind of prompts the start of "We Want Truth," but it very quickly peters out. Go to sleep, no joy. Americano has got a... There we go. Punk up on his feet. Americano gets caught. Styles clash. Boom. It's not that loud, but you can hear it, said It's Jeffrey. I've never heard a chant die so quickly, said Jay. The Beach said people are ruining the show with the the truth chant nonsense. Well, I disagree. I think people are disappointed and they want to express their disappointment. And I think they're well within their right to do that. The crowd are also now chanting, "This is awesome." Boom. Down goes AJ. 1, 2. Double axe handle there by El Grande. Good main event, said All Game. Okay, AJ down. CM Punk down. El Grande down. We got about 8 minutes to go. CM Punk chants. Did you see Joe Bellingham wants to follow in Jude's footsteps and go to Dortmund? That'd be a good move for him. He should do that. He should do that. Austin said, another one joins the Eva Club. We love you, Eva Marie. Kick coming in there by CM Punk. He's got AJ on his shoulders. Any great or all-time scores? Yeah, the opening match was great. Oh, my God. That should have been a 3. 2. So, 1, 2, and the pin was not broken up. Michael Cole said that CM Punk got his shoulders up. El Grande with a moonsault. No joy. CM Punk comes in. He's got El Grande on his shoulders. Knee coming in there by Punk. Down goes El Grande. How many times are they going to do that spot where the ref doesn't count 3? Okay, here's Bron Breakker. Here's Bron Breakker. Here's Bronson Reed. That, of course, is going to bring down Sammy and Jay. Of course it is, and of course it should. Here they are. Here they are. So they come down. They come to the rescue. AJ gets knocked down. Yeah, he was about to do a move like a phenomenal forearm. He gets collided into. David said, fire that ref. We want Danny Davis. Crossbody there by AJ. King Yeti said, you can chant all you want, but unless you stop watching and stop supporting the product, nothing will happen. Here we go. AJ is on the outsides. Didn't Styles and Punk have some problems? It's interesting seeing them in here, said Tony. I think there has been a few words exchanged in the past. I don't know. I don't think there's anything serious. El Grande has won! El Grande's got it! El Grande has just pit. I am stunned. I am stunned. I think the Raw crowd are stunned. In a match that features CM Punk, AJ Styles, and El Grande. El Grande has won. El Grande has qualified. Seth's come down. They have managed to stop CM Punk from qualifying. Oh my God. No way did I see that happening. I thought it could be AJ, but not El Grande. I'm stunned. I'm stunned. El Grande qualifies. They're throwing down shots on Sammy. Stomped there by Seth. So they've managed to succeed in stopping. Stomp. That means that Chad has got to do double duty as well. He's going to wrestle as Chad. It makes more sense now. It actually makes more sense. Remember earlier we were like, why have they got Chad wrestling instead of El Grande? It's because Chad's going to wrestle at Worlds Collide and El Grande is going to wrestle at Money in the Bank. Rollins seeks power. Absolute power. Jay is down. CM Punk is down. Right now, Bronson Reed is going up. Tsunami connects. Tsunami connects. He's going back out again and he's climbing up again. I'm still floored. I'm still shocked. I cannot believe that El Grande has picked up the win. In a match that features AJ Styles, CM Punk. It's El Grande Americano. Well, there we go. Seth is standing with his arms outstretched. I honestly feel like this show for the first 40 odd minutes was pretty good, pretty solid, pretty engaging, felt like a good episode. And I think Judgment Day War Raiders, that was the point where for me the show just started to lose me. And yeah, honestly, I feel like I'm in a situation where I don't think this was that great of a show in the end. That main event was okay. It was fine. It had its moments. But I don't think it was crazy. El Grande winning is a choice. I'm not saying it's a bad choice or the wrong choice, but it's a choice. I think there'll be split reaction to it. Obviously, they've got some stories they want to tell. They've got plans for Sammy and Punk, and this is a story. So we'll have to see where it goes. I'm certainly not going to sit here and say this sucks, this is rubbish, blah, 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 because it could be okay. It could be leading somewhere. It could be going somewhere. But out of the three options, I mean, yeah. You lot were really confident earlier. 60-odd% it was going to be Punk. Even here, like, you had Punk winning 53%. And, yeah, it's El Grande. I'm floored, shocked, stunned. It's the right call, said Alistair. AJ gets pulled further into the Heyman storytelling ecosystem. Punk is set up for a tag or a singles match at Money in the Bank, which is astronomically better usage of him. It's a good Raw altogether, said Alistair. Uncle Rebel said, I didn't mind the show. I'm just disappointed at the ending. I'm not looking forward to the men's ladder match. And the women has got such an amazing lineup. And Gozy agrees, saying the women's looks better than the men's. Wrestling Russ said, I don't care if there is a tag match with Punk and Sammy versus Braun and Bronson. I'm just not pumped at all for that. This is why I wanted to delay my predictions, because I think the prediction video is very different if you know that Punk is in the match or if you know that Punk's not in the match. I feel like I can do my predictions video now. Maybe El Grande is going to win, and the story is that he can't cash in as Chad, said Wrestle with Andy. Punk isn't wrestling at Money in the Bank, and that's stupid, said Conrad. I thought AJ was going to win, but El Grande winning is a nice surprise. Daze, do me a favor. Can you justify spending $175, $200 and you don't even get a 7.58 show, said Relax Your Soul? I can justify it. I mean, I don't really want to. I could. I don't really want to. Because I would like for the shows to be a bit better than they are. But, I think... without, I mean, because I've said that, I kind of have to now. But I think if you are, it's a bit like going to a football match, innit? It's a bit like going to a sport. You know, I've been to see Manchester United play and we lost. And that was the risk that I ran. I wanted to go and see Man United play. I wanted to be part of the atmosphere. I wanted to, you know, experience going to the ground and have a look at, like, you know, be part of the vibe and all of that. So, you know, if you are going to wrestling, you get to look forward to going to the show. You get to look forward to traveling there. You get to be amongst wrestling fans. You get to kind of experience a different buzz. I mean, it's completely different than just watching the show at home. You get to be a part of that energy. And, you know, you get to obviously look at the merch, and it's a whole experience, isn't it? I mean, even before that, the show even starts, there's value to go in. The excitement is, you know, counting down the days and like, oh God, I'm going to the wrestling tomorrow. Did you hear we're going to the wrestling tomorrow? You're telling your friends and all that kind of stuff, you know? I mean, obviously, the younger you get, the more that is important. The older you get, the less that might be important. But if you're a kid or going to your first show, then there's a real excitement around that. And it's like going to see any sports team. You buy your ticket and you hope that they're going to win, of course, because you don't want to. I mean, I went and saw, who did I see? I went and saw, I think it was Birmingham play cricket, and they got absolutely smashed. And, like, you know, you kind of leave and you're all deflated, because I was really hoping my team were going to win. And of course they didn't. Not only didn't they got absolutely smashed. Think about those people that went to the Champions League final to watch Inter Milan play, and they lost 5-0 to Paris Saint-Germain, you know, PSG. I mean, do they regret buying those tickets after? Maybe they do. Maybe. Certainly if they spent a lot of money. But that was the gamble that they were willing to take, where they buy a ticket because they might be witnessing something really special. It's a gamble, isn't it? And I feel like it's the same with Raw. The only difference is the gamble isn't, is your team going to win? The gamble is the show going to be somewhat special? Is the show going to have a big dramatic moment? They will have bought these tickets months in advance. So when you buy your ticket, you're not sure what the stories are going to be at that time. You don't quite know what the roster's going to be, because there could have been a draft. They could have shook it up. So you can't even guarantee who you're going to see. You just have to put faith in that you are going to see something good, and you take a bit of a gamble like you do when you go and see your favourite sports team. So if I have to try and justify it, that is genuinely how I would justify it. I would say that if you watch on a consistent basis and consistently Raw is not delivering for you, it's probably not best to buy Raw tickets, is it? It's probably not best. If you go and see, like, if your sports team's having a nightmare of a season, losing all their matches, if you buy a ticket, they're probably going to lose. You have to know that when you buy that ticket. If you're watching Raw and consistently the show is underwhelming, got to think if you buy a ticket, the show you're going to is probably going to be underwhelming. So I've got to think these people have bought tickets because they're really engaged in the product. There's stuff that's going on they're enjoying at the moment. Or the kids are into it. And if it's the kids are just going to love it anyway. They're going to have loved just seeing Jay, aren't they? That's it. The kids are going to have just loved seeing the stars. To them, this is not going to have been a so-so show. I mean, to me, this is a so-so show. I didn't think the main event was all that exhilarating. Thought it was fine. Thought it was okay. I don't hate El Grande winning, but it's not something that's like, Jesus, I'm so glad I tuned into this show. This show had a bit of like go home vibe about it. Good opening match. Some nice little bits dotted throughout, but all in all, apart from who qualified, not really anything here, to be honest. Lyra's promo was okay. It's fine. It's worth fine. I was fine. It was fine. It was all fine. Everything was fine. But, like JD, Judgment Day against War Raiders was a bit not interested. Sammy and Jay against Bron and Bronson. Didn't really feel like it was that long, honestly. Kind of felt like Seth got involved quite quickly. It was okay. It was okay. I didn't have high hopes, to be honest. It's a go-home show. And it's fine. My mind was not blown. AJ, CM Punk. Have we got the score? We do have the scores up. And El Grande. As those people are leaving, are they going to be disappointed? Are they going to be frustrated? Are they going to be feeling cheated? I don't think so. To be honest with you, I think if you go, you get a different experience. Quite often, we will do the review video and people are scoring shows a 7 or a 6.5. And then I'll have someone that's like, I was there. The crowd was so good. 8.5. And it's like, I get it. If you're there, you're part of it. You're experiencing it. There is a magic to being in that room, knowing the world is watching what's happening in that room. You know, there is, and everything that's going on, people are talking about it. And you know that, like, all your favourite content creators are watching and all the wrestling fans are watching around the world are watching that same thing that you are in the room watching. Like, and you're experiencing the chants, you're hearing it, and you're part of it. And of course your score's going to be higher. Of course your score's going to be higher. So you've got to remember as well that like a show that's a 6 or a 6.5 might be like a 7.5 or an 8 for people that are actually there. So yeah, I don't think people will be leaving disappointed. I think they will have seen some big stars. They will have seen CM Punk. They would have seen Jay. They will have seen some okay matches, some pretty fun matches. I think the best match for me was the first match. I think Stephanie, Liv, Ivy was by far the best thing on the show. And the rest of it was okay. And I think they would be okay with that. So, yeah, I certainly don't think it's bad enough where people are going to be, like, demanding refunds or anything. The tables used in matches are going to have Slim Jim logos on, said Duron. Higley said, Daze, tonight's Raw did bore me. I ended up turning it off. I put on BBC Two. There was a good documentary about the Ocean Gate submersible. Oh, God, if I'd have known that, I'd have turned it off as well. We could have watched about the Ocean Gate submersible. Oh, God. And now you tell me. Punk needs to win Money in the Bank. He needs to use it to main event SummerSlam versus Cena. Tyler said, if WWE makes you have emotion leaving the show, then they've done their job, says Tyler. Tiny Tail said, I don't understand how WWE tries to hide everything in every soccer match. They let you know when a player's contract ends. WWE just puts it under the rug. Even commentary was ignoring the fan chants. Yeah, that's a really interesting perspective. Why is it that we know that a player's contract's coming up at the end of the season, but we don't know when a wrestler's contract is coming up? That's like, it's all behind closed doors. I mean, to be honest, we also know how much people get paid in football. Like, we know that such and such has signed and they're on this much a week and all that kind of stuff, where there is that secrecy with professional wrestling. But then saying that, professional wrestling is coming from a very different background, because we've never tried to make out that soccer is real when it's actually not real, you know? So there's obviously a real background of secrecy with professional wrestling that has probably resulted in a lot of this stuff being hidden. I don't know, maybe it doesn't need to be hidden in 2025. Perhaps when contracts are expiring and how much people are being paid, perhaps we do need to modernise that, bring it out to the forefront, make it more well-known, bring it in line with sports. But I bet that secrecy is there because of the business trying to protect itself, you know? I mean, for example, there's been times where people have kind of had their contracts running down and they're about to leave and, you know, the fans didn't know about it. That happens a lot. To be honest with you, the R-Truth news is an example of that, of course, because I didn't know his contract was coming up. I didn't know that R-Truth's contract was about to expire. And, you know, had we have known that, of course, you would start have people speculating. What are they doing with R-Truth? What are they doing with Carlito? What are they doing with such and such? Because, of course, now we know that when contracts are coming to an end, there's no guarantee they're going to get renewed. So, yeah, maybe like the business is just trying to protect itself from that a little as well. But I think it's probably more, it's historical. I think, you know, it's about not showing too much of what's happening behind the scenes. Wrestling wants the ability to tell you that someone has invaded. Oh my God, who's this that's just come in? It's Big Bob Blackjack Bill. What a tag team. Look at this new tag team, Big Bob and Blackjack Bill. They're here. They finally arrived. And if you find out they're actually under contract and they're getting paid so much a week, like it takes that away, doesn't it? You can't make out that they've invaded and then also report they're under a contract. So I wonder if like wrestling, like that's the background of wrestling, is that's the history of wrestling. There's a lot of secrecy and a lot of storyline, and sports don't have to think about those things. A very interesting comparison though. Oh, and I wonder if there could be some modernising there. Raven said, I like American football more. What, than wrestling? You like American football more than wrestling? Is that what you're saying? Okay, that's a really quick way of getting banned. So, Raven, thank you for being part of the community, but you're gone now. You are gone, because I will not have that kind of slander. Yeah? Us wrestling fans get bullied enough. We don't need more bullying, right? I like this more than pro wrestling. You shouldn't like anything more than pro wrestling. Pro wrestling, number one. Yeah? I make you humble, you jabroni. Coming in here, saying there's things that are better. You jabroni. Yeah? How's it feel now? How's it feel now? I make you humble. Yeah. The English call it soccer first, said King Yeti. That is true. But equally, I don't know why we told you it was called that. I don't think we ever called it that. It was like the Americans said, what do you call it? And we went soccer. What do you call? We call it soccer. And then you kept using it and we were like, yeah, but that was a joke. It's not really called that. And you're like, no, it's soccer. And we're like, no, it's not. It doesn't bother me. Honestly, I don't mind what we call it. But it is one that seems to irritate some other people. Daze being a Seamus. I bully bullies. That's right, Liam. Look at this. Liam paying attention. Love that. Liam, that's why you're in no risk whatsoever. Yeah? No risk. Oh, hang on, are you back? Raven's back. First of all, Daze, I was talking to someone else. Where did you get back? I made you humble. I made you a jabroni. Did one of the mods let you back in? And I'm sorry, what's this sass? First of all, can anyone else getting that sort of vibe? First of all, I give Daze a thumbs down. Yeah, guys, please leave a like. If you haven't already, drop a like on the stream. Appreciate it. Old Gamer said, I don't like soccer, but I am looking forward to a rematch. There is a soccer game that's coming up later this month. Raven says, damn men. That's fine. You can slander men all you want. I can't stand them either. But we draw the line if you're going to slander pro wrestling. Yeah? Because it's the best. Do we think R-Truth could go to Impact or AEW as Ron Killings? Did he accomplish everything during WWE? I think he had a fantastic WWE career. I think he looks back on it with some, not regrets, but I think he wishes that he had achieved a little bit more in regards to like world championships, of course. I mean, if you get into wrestling, you want to be a wrestler, you want to be in front of a crowd, you want to entertain that crowd. And that is, and you want to be able to financially support yourself doing that. I've got to think first and foremost, that's the most important thing. To be an entertainer, to, provide entertainment to a crowd, and to be able to financially support yourself doing that. It's not going to really work if you do that and you just can't cover your bills. You've got to be able to financially support yourself. R-Truth has had a career where he has achieved that over an extended period of time in the very top division, getting great money. I mean, there is just no way he can look back on his career and be down on it. Add in the fact then that he was so loved and that he provided so much joy. And, you kind of add that in and, you've got, a lot to look back on and be proud on. But I have heard him in an interview saying that he just wishes that he'd managed to kind of be that kind of Ron Killings, get a run with the world title, be a WWE world champion, and do that before going into the comedy stuff. It's not like he was like world champ and then slipped into comedy. He was serious actually at times. I mean, he has a feud with John and everything, but for the top title. So I mean, he wasn't laughy jokey R-Truth all along. But I think the laughy jokey comedy stuff is what keeps him around. If he hadn't transitioned into that, I think we could have been gone a long time ago. That has kept him around. That has given him the longevity. But, I don't think he should look back with any regrets. His career was a fantastic career. Certainly, but if you're going to it depends where you benchmark. If you benchmark it against John Cena, then, you might be like, oh, could have done a bit more. But if you're going to benchmark it against someone that lives their life on the indies, making $20 a match each time they wrestle, and that was their career, you've done exceptional. It's been an incredible run, so, perspective in it. Perspective. I'm American. I like football better too. The NFL has better storylines. WWE is more real than football. Hang on. You're treading on thin ice here. Do you remember when I said we won't have any pro wrestling slander? I'm American. I like football better too. Better than what? Tyler, and please be very careful with your answer, because I don't have timeouts as an option. I just have straight blocking. Yeah, I do have timeouts as an option, but I'm not going to engage that option. It's just straight into the recycling bin. Yeah, be careful, Tyler. Your next comment could be your last. You're on thin ice. I like you, Tyler. I don't want you going anywhere. Yeah, I don't want you going anywhere. Don't go down the same path as Raven. Clearly, she's set a really bad example. Yeah, a really bad example. And actually, I think she is someone that is causing some trouble in this community. So I don't know what mod brought her back. Yeah, but unless some attitudes change around here, right, I can see there being a bit of a massacre in this community. Yeah, a little bit of a massacre on the way. Tyler said storylines only. I don't know what this means. You're saying the word storylines. Tyler, are you saying that American football is better than professional wrestling? That's basically my question. And you've responded with the word storylines. And I don't know what that means. So It's a simple yes or no. Is American football better than pro wrestling? Tyler, this is very important. I need to go and do videos, but I need to know if I need to kick you out the community. Yeah? And Raven, I can still see the shade that you're throwing. Don't think you're not on my radar, right? I've got the chat right in front of me. Tyler says, as a whole, no, WWE is better. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it was a good one. I said, didn't I? I just have Tyler, 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 Tyler. I knew it. I said, I had this feeling that Tyler was a good one, a good soul. I knew you was in the right place, Tyler. I knew it. I knew it. Raven. I don't quite feel that same way. But, Tyler, you're a good egg. Shout out to you, bud. Shout out to you. Tyler, Tyler. Liam said, thank you, Tyler. Thank you, Tyler. Look at that. Look at the love now. Yeah, this is what we do. This is what we do. Tyler, you've been brought into our bosoms. All of our bosoms. To be fair, Maverick's storyline has been insane. Losing Luca and possibly getting Flag is a I don't even understand those words. Tyler said the NFL has got better storylines. The plot was NFL is rigged. It's an American thing. Tyler, all I know is you said pro wrestling's better. That's all I'm focused on. Yeah. Raven says, I'm not laughing. Yeah, good. You shouldn't be. You shouldn't be laughing. There's nothing to laugh about. The comments you made were very serious and your ass got saved by some mod. Yeah. I'm still waiting for the groveling apology, Raven. Feel free to offer that up to the community. Yeah. Any second. Yeah. Guys, I am so sorry. I have seen the error of my ways. Yeah. I can't believe I was as foolish as what I was. Please forgive me. Yeah. That's what we're waiting for, Raven. That's what we're waiting for. Instead, you're just giving sass. And there's no place for that in this community. We've already got James Chadwick. James, another stray. Another stray. Oh, God, it's like a sickness. It is. It's like a sickness. Raven said, where I'm from, we don't say that. Yeah, okay. So we're really getting into it now. Raven does want to apologise, but her background is preventing it. Apparently where she's from, they don't do things like that. Where she's from, it's hard to say, I'm sorry. And sometimes that is the hardest words, isn't it? And I think that's what Raven's going through. So no pressure, Raven. I think what I've just read there with you saying where we're from, we don't say that. I think I understand where you're coming from. So, guys, I've translated that Raven is very, very sorry, does regret her comments, would like to apologise to you all, right? Would like to apologise to you all, but is just really struggling to find those words because where she's from, that's not really what they tend to do. So, but she does feel it. So, there we go. You can shove your strays up your old man's beep. There we go, guys. There we go. So I think we should probably wrap up there on that groveling Raven apology, right? On that big Raven apology where she has really publicly apologized to us all and let us know that she's very sorry for her comments earlier. And we as a community are very loving and caring, and we're just going to accept that apology. That's absolutely fine. No pushback, no... Do you know what I mean? I could sit here and throw some shade. I'm not going to. I think when someone gives you an apology like that, very deep, a very meaningful apology, I think it's the right thing to do is accept it. Look them in the eyes, say thank you, accept it, and move on. And I think that's, you know, that shows what kind of a community we are, really. We're going to do that right now. I think that's the right note to end this stream on. So I just want to say a big thank you for everyone joining us. A big thank you to Raven for that apology as well. Yeah, obviously we'll be back with Unseen. We're going to work on that. We're going to get that done. And hopefully see you all again next time. And I think we'll be a much stronger community next time as well. So thank you. Love you. Bye for now.